And we my computer.
We haven't done anything yet. I don't think so.
Can we get
All
our?
just finished that.
There too. Not fun after all
Oh, yeah, you said, oops.
Careful what you ask for.
And I just want to confirm that our little chat is turned off. Perfect. Yay. All right. Well, everyone's here except Bruce. We'll go ahead and start. And Catherine. Catherine is, has some other outside work responsibilities that she's got to take care of. So Bruce is on a phone call. But we're bringing back Articles 13 and 14. And we did some looking at, we looked at the data that Angela sent us in regards to utilization of different leaves. And the thing that struck us about that is when we, when we looked through the numbers, we realized that with family leave, it is largely underutilized by our membership. And frequently folks are taking their sick leave, which it's legal to use for family illnesses. But they're taking it for family illnesses first when they could be utilizing the family illness leave that's in the contract. So it's an underutilized benefit. And we are bringing back our original proposal around both of these articles because we'd really like to see the district engage with the data and look at the data on leave and see how we can address this problem where we have an underutilized benefit that should be available to our members. And we don't see that the conversion of the family illness over to sick leave comes at a cost to the district. And it could certainly be a huge benefit for our members. Additionally, our personal leave, we're bringing back with the same language of looking for 3 days of personal leave. These are also not exhausted by our membership. And we don't think that our proposal is going to increase costs for the district. Members have expressed it as a need. People have things that they need to get done, and just having 2 days within a school year is really not enough. These are things that can't be handled just during a summer leave time. So we're asking for the district again to engage on that. When we look at other districts, other neighboring districts, almost all of them, their minimum is the smallest number is 3. We're one of the only districts with 2. Some districts have 5 personal leave days. So again, looking to ask the district to, go back and look at at these leaves and help us solve the problem instead of just maintaining what is the status along these items.
Can I ask you a question on the personal leave?
Yeah.
I mean, can't say what the cost would be or that it's insurmountable or anything. But clearly it's gonna be a cost just by what you're saying. You're saying members are expressing the need for more personal leave, which can only lead me to believe that there will be more personal leave used then than there is now, right? People are saying, I need more personal leave, so more will get used. That will be an increase in sub costs. I mean, there's no way that adding a personal leave day to every person in the bargaining unit could not, at least on some amount. Again, I don't know what the amount, I can't say X number of those days will be
Yeah.
used, but
It's a crystal ball.
personal leave usage will go up if we add a day of personal leave to everybody. There's no way, right? And again, I don't know what that sub cost is. I'm not saying that's the end all be all or that ends the conversation or anything. I'm just saying it's inevitable that the cost will go up to some. Mark, you're saying no, but how? I mean, if we said everybody gets another day of personal leave, how can you logically tell me we won't have higher personal leave usage next year than we did this year?
I can explain that later.
Okay, I'm legitimately curious how we could, I'm just trying to have an honest conversation, but I mean, there's just no way leave usage won't go up if we give everybody one more day.
And can it be cashed out? Yeah, and so and you can cash out your first leave. So that's a cost.
Which is new, right? I don't think we're doing it for the very first time this.
Did we just add that in?
Yeah.
Yes,
In that last bargain?
Yeah,
last bargain.
And it didn't take effect until this.
So we have no idea.
We have
what
no
the
idea,
usage or cost of that
correct,
will be.
the cost of
Yeah,
that.
that's interesting. I forgot.
I do know, anecdotally, there's a lot of stories where people have to really think ahead to save a day, right? So they have 3, if they have an event, that's a marriage, like somebody's graduated from college, like and it's difficult. So I think when Eric says people have expressed a need for having that third day, I think it's the consistency of having that third day.
Sure.
Right? So we don't have to constantly be planning and thinking a year out and wondering, gosh, should I save one? Should I not save one? There's this thing I really need to get taken care of. Do I do it now? Do I put it off until summer break? Because I'm really trying to roll one more day over, right? And when we look around at other locals around us, they don't have this same issue that the members of GBEA have. Because they don't have the rollover, they have a minimum of 3, and many do actually have up to 5 now. So.
Yeah, David Douglas is one that I don't think you can adequately compare because they have 10.
That's why we didn't say 10,
But
right?
those days that's also their bereavement.
I understand.
And it's also their this and that.
There's a lot of nuances
districts
when
don't
it
have
comes to
family.
leaves.
Yeah.
Correct. There's a lot of nuances. Yeah.
I mean, I think, we're willing to have a conversation about leave and how we satisfy people's needs, but I think what we would ask is for you guys to also engage with us on how do we do that and navigate our attendance and substitute problems? With Paid Leave Oregon, we have a legitimate problem of being able to have enough subs and the number of days people are absent is significant now. It is really significant. So the prospect of adding more leave days is really a tough one for us because it just builds on a problem that we already have. You guys feel it too. I think the sub shortage is better now, but we get unfilled positions in our buildings, or you get a day where you've got, a large number of subs in a building. And so I view it as a mutual problem, quite honestly. So, I think we're wanting to have honest conversations and engage with you, where are the needs for people, but if you're reproposing sick leave, then you're also reproposing the additional 5 days, not just the transition of family leave to sick leave, right? And so again, the prospect of adding with the personal leave 6 more paid leaves, when we just added Paid Leave Oregon from the state and so forth. People can be absent in some level of pay 80 days every year if they wanted to, And it's a problem for us to be able to cover that.
I think, to your point, they could be absent that many days, but they're not.
Not
And
everybody,
to,
agree.
to say that by giving people more leave, they're inherently going to take more leave suggests that people are taking leave just because they have it and not necessarily because they need it. And when we limit the amount of leave that people have, you're forcing people to come in when they're not well, or putting them in a position to, have to take their kid to childcare when they're not supposed to be there.
Mhm.
So it feels a little bit like you're operating on the assumption that people are taking leave because they want to, not because they actually need it.
Yeah, I understand that. That's a fair criticism, and I think we have a very small percentage of folks who every year exhaust all of their leave. That's not the majority of your bargaining unit, but we do deal with those employees who every year they exhaust all their leave. And which leads me to the conclusion that they're not always taking leave just because they need to. They exhaust it all every year. I guess what I'm reacting to is if we give more paid leave, we will experience a higher amount of paid leave usage. It'll be legitimate. Most of it will be legitimate, but we will have a higher amount of use.
And when you say that you're talking about the 1 day increase, a personal 2 to 3, or you're talking about the 6
Both,
leave?
just a combination of all of the above.
So what we're looking for is a real response from the district, right? You said, let's go to current contract.
Yeah,
That's not engaging in the issue, right? So you don't want to add 10 more days to sick leave. Okay, what do you want to do, right? Look at the data and come up with a counter proposal, right? Otherwise, we're just countering ourselves and we're just bargaining against ourselves. So what we would like the district to do is look at the data, look at what they are willing to consider and give us a counter proposal. We've got lots of changes throughout both those articles. There's got to be at least something that the district can engage in a counter proposal.
let me ask about the data because I didn't look at it, so it makes.
And it's new, we just got it.
Yeah.
So,
So Eric, you drew a number of conclusions about how that family leave is being used, and was the data, were you able to distill out from the data that people were using a sick leave day for family leave purposes? Because I
No,
heard you
that would be
say,
impossible from the data.
yeah, that's what I thought too. So I'm just wondering how you got to the conclusion that today could have been a family illness leave day, but somebody took a sick leave day instead, because I think I heard you say that.
We believe that has happened.
we know it's very confusing for people. I mean, just in the first time we brought this up, we had conversations about how in multiple levels, right? People choose the wrong leave and they don't realize until afterwards, oh, I could have done that instead of this, right? And so there's always an educational piece. In the past, the leaves served different purposes. Now, because of the law change, the leaves serve a similar purpose. So it doesn't make sense to continue to keep them separate from each other, which is just confusing to people. It makes sense to combine them together.
Yeah. I mean, except for the accumulation issue, right? Because our sick leave accumulates at an unlimited amount and the family illness leave doesn't. So if that family illness leave accumulates, we have unfunded liability sitting on the books at a higher amount. Now people can accumulate 15 days a year. And so we're gonna have people with higher sick leave balances.
But to your point, if people exhaust all their leave every year, they exhaust the leave that doesn't roll over and they exhaust the leave that does roll over. So if you put it all in rollover and they exhaust it all, it still doesn't matter.
For
It's all
those
being
folks,
exhausted.
it wouldn't matter.
Right, so I mean,
The folks who use
we're talking about the most extreme scenarios as being like the fear, like this is what we're concerned about.
Mhm.
It doesn't, the bottom line is still the same. They can take 15 days now, or take 15 days with combining the two together, right? So.
Yeah, I just think right now, we don't end up with people who have as much sick leave on the books as if they were able to roll over 15 days a year.
Sure, if we were to back up 10 years and make this change and then roll it forward 10 years, the
Yeah,
data would definitely look different.
so,
Just in regards to the impact, I understand the idea of the unfunded mandate. Suddenly, those members just start taking all of their leave.
yeah,
Say they're at the end of their career. That is one scenario. But if they don't, which is the lion's share of members, when they get to the end of and ready to retire, what is the liability for the district in that scenario?
I would struggle to think about what the liability for the district would be. Is there a PERS liability? I mean, most people are not retiring using the formula of sick leave days anymore. So is there a system liability because that many more days are being reported to PERS? I'm not smart enough to figure out what that would be if there is.
And for officer people, it wouldn't make any difference.
I don't think it would.
Which is a majority of the individuals one.
Yeah,
All the first trainings I've been to, it says it doesn't.
be a liability, indirect liability for people who then left employment here and went to another district, they'd carry forward a higher number of sick leave days, but that's obviously not a liability for this
This is
district.
for this.
Yes, so, unless they started using them at the tail end of their career, then I can't think of what the additional liability anything is.
Okay,
One thing I thought about though was that in budgeting, every day that is a sick day, we have to budget for if someone's going to take all of them. So it's $230 a day for some costs. So,
Average.
right, so we have to keep that money aside. Just in case somebody gets sick.
Sure.
25 days.
Right, you have to be able to
So that-
honor that obligation, yes.
Absolutely, so that is a budget implication, that we can't spend that money on something else because we
Sure.
have to save it.
Sure.
okay,
Can I ask you, because you're reproposing all of 14, so, correct?
Correct, no changes.
no
Right.
changes.
So I'm just kind of picking through there to see if there's other pieces that we need to talk about.
I think these were the major points.
It was the only thing is the moratorium on sabbatical.
Yeah, why are you maintaining that? I mean, we're not gonna start giving people sabbatical leaves, right? I mean, it would be fiscally irresponsible and an impossibility for the district. Not literally an impossibility, but to start paying people to not work for a year seems pretty low down on the likelihood of.
And removing the moratorium doesn't ensure that people automatically get sabbatical. It's still at the district's purview to decide, right? To grant it or not grant
Yeah,
it.
it is. I guess my worry is if I'm a new employer just coming to district and I look through my contract, I look at this and I think it's possible that I might get a sabbatical leave.
Sure.
And if they're never going to be granted, why have it as a contraction?
Which is, it's an interesting statement to make, because we're trying to grow people for specialized programs, whether it's dual language, grow your own administrators, bring folks up from the classified ranks into teaching. So to draw that hard line in the sand and just say, we would never do that, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, if I was the employer, I would want to have as many options in my bucket as possible to be able to support people in unique positions or recruit people or whatever, right? So when we look at the moratorium on sabbatical, we just look at that and say, gosh, that's an option that could exist, but we're just agreeing not to have it anymore.
Mhm.
And that just seems silly. So.
Anything though, that if the language was gone and we needed to do that we couldn't work with an association to make a sabbatical happen?
I have no idea.
I mean, you know what I mean? There's not a barrier to us having that in our toolbox, even if that language is gone.
I think
So-
there's a benefit to having it listed as an option that might not occur to people spontaneously. If you're looking at the kind of working conditions might I have, what options might I have in my career at GBSD, having a sabbatical, a space for sabbatical is a possibility, even if that possibility is small, I think it might help with retention, or a person might make a person more inclined to stay.
I mean, and if the only issue is cost, right, then engaging in that conversation about what that compensation is going to sabbatical, we could make this cost neutral for the district.
How so?
Assuming that the replacement teacher is a temp teacher on the beginning of the salary step, right? I mean, that's not 50%, but I'll act like this, that's 50% of the salary. of someone who's maxed out. Right, and so that gives us some wiggle room in compensation, right? Because if they're, the maxed out person is gone for a year, that, and they're replaced with someone who's at a beginning step of our salary schedule, that's half of their salary that.
But if I'm the person who's gone, they're at the top of the schedule, we pay 66% of their salary.
But that's what I'm saying, we're opening up this article for discussion. Right?
Yeah,
And if cost is the district's issue, it's not the philosophy behind these people going off to get more training, more experience, right? Then that's a discussion we can have
yeah,
and bring this back into something that's financially feasible for the district.
yeah.
We're not trying to increase cost for the district. We're trying to ensure that this is a right that people have that they can ask for as an option, right? It's an option that both sides can consider, that everybody can find a unique ways to use it, right? So that we can, can give people the training and the certifications and the degrees and so on and so forth that they need.
It could be, we develop a cohort at the district of people who want to go get sped certified, right?
Sure.
Or DLI training, or whatever district priority is, and you can offer your teacher, say, look, we'll put you through this schooling. We got the tuition covered, and you take the year off of teaching and you still get X% of your salary. Right, that's an incentive that you can use to fill those hard to fill positions, those hard to maintain positions that we currently don't have right now.
Yeah, again, just trying to be honest with you, I'm not the end all be all, I don't make the say on sabbatical app. But as an employer who struggles to have enough staff, who struggles to find agreements on core salary and insurance, the idea of paying people not to work seems like an irresponsible decision for an employer.
It's standard in higher education.
And we would counter that they would be working in a different way for that year. Right, that gaining that experience and gaining that training.
My assumption is the district would only grant this if it was something that gave the district something that they needed, right? So,
And which language could be added to require the member to return as an employee of the district for a certain length of time.
that's,
Right. 3 times.
yes, yeah, there's a ton of requirements. This is definitely not like an easy gig. And I mean, and the district has people who currently work at the district office who have taken advantage of this, and it helped them elevate their career and get them to where they are now.
And there are people that are administrators that were paid a sabbatical.
Who did that?
Didn't Tim Collins do it? Wasn't he one of the last people?
Well,
When he went, and got it-
was,
when he got his PhD? I mean, yeah, I was talking a long time ago, 15 years ago, right?
Probably
When he was a teacher.
2000, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Who's the expectation?
I think we're trying to take a long-term view.
Absolutely.
In the short term, this may be to have higher costs, but the idea is that it's helping us to retain, skilled educators, right? We can improve our practice as a whole.
Enormous disruptions to school year and to our professional community and to the institutional knowledge within our buildings when we lose folks.
You say that, I'm sorry.
Well, when we lose institutional knowledge. It's just an enormous, it's a different kind of cost, but it does cost money when we lose professionals who could have stayed with Gresham-Barlow because they had the support that they needed to advance themselves. When we lose those people, it costs us money. It costs in terms of expertise for our students. It costs in terms of, as I said before, institutional knowledge for how the community works. There's other costs that are not just bottom line quarterly dollar amounts, but
So can I ask a
One-
question, because I'm new to the district, I guess I can't say that anymore. I've only been here.
Newish.
There was at some point, an agreement that there was
warrants are-
yeah, why did that happen, do you know?
I don't even remember when that language was put in. I think it was probably the same conversation that we were trying to reflect the fact that we didn't even want applications because those were not going to be granted, and it felt like it was misleading. In the way Bruce talked about people seeing in their contract that an option existed. Why advertise to people that an option exists? That's not really an option. I think that was probably, Nikki, I don't remember what year.
Did this happen in the 08-11
Could have,
because of the budget?
yeah, might have
And we
happened.
were looking for anything we could save money on to pull back from.
Mark, you've been here forever. Surely you can speak to this.
Sadly, I think I outdate Mark.
I'm unaware of anyone, and I don't know about Mr. Collins, but I'm unaware of anyone being granted this.
Yeah, I'm
So,
just
and I
wondering,
don't
like,
know
at
if
some
there was
point,
a
at some point,
When did we do the moratorium? Okay.
yeah, at some point, folks decided this was worth putting on hold. Maybe it still holds true and.
I guess the last thing I would say on the personal leave, you know, I mean, we will be looking for you guys to prioritize, you know, your variety of asks. And if that continues to be a high priority, of course, we'll consider it. We will always assume it as a cost. So I guess I disagree and don't understand the claim that this would not be a cost increase for the district, because I believe you add a personal leave day for every member of the bargaining unit, our usage next year will be higher than it was this year. I can't say by how many, I can't say every person will use that day, but it will be an increase of, and we have to assume it as our maximum liability. So we will cost it as number of bargaining unit members times a sub day. And we'll factor that cost in when we're trying to decide what we can put on the table overall for economics. It will eat into what we can put on the table for salary, insurance, et cetera. So that's how we will cost it, yeah.
Do you know how many people now are getting 3 days a year?
Well, they would have had to have saved one from last year, right?
But you would still need to budget them out with the free and everything else. So do we know what percent of people are rolling over a day?
We can probably find that out.
Thank you.
Which of course means they only used one day the day before,
Or not.
the year before, or none, yeah.
And we want to know how many cash out,
Yeah, we probably should gather
cashing out, because
data
that was
on that,
22, 23.
yeah.
Question.
No, I will say that when we calculated the total, it came out to, 1,495,000 for 10 additional, sick leave days.
And that's at the 230 sub rate.
That's at the 230 sub rate, yeah.
Sounds about right.
And so each day,
How much additional, I'm sorry?
Million.
no, 1.5, yeah.
1.5.
1.5.
I'm guessing that it doesn't throw the numbers too far, but did that also take into account the members of the bargaining unit that don't get subs when they're out?
I'm sure it doesn't, this is just assuming, I mean, it really doesn't. It's not a part of it, but we have to budget for if there is a
If you have 100% use
100%.
and they all take subs.
And they all take subs.
Worst case scenario.
That's the-
Yeah.
that's the-
And that is,
Increasing.
Nobody wants to be so great.
Rates either.
and that was for 10 days, not 5 days. right?
Yeah, no, they did 10.
They did
Yeah.
10 days,
We did 10,
even
so
though it's a
it's,
5 day.
for each day, it's $140,000.
So the budgetary increase would really be half of that number, is that right? Because we're
For
only,
the 5 days. Oh, I'm sorry,
that's what I'm saying. So was that for the 5 or the 10?
this was for the 10,
Because ours
Yeah.
was 10.
because of the 10 as well.
But you're saying 5 of those 10 can already be used currently, so
Right.
you don't
So you're
see that as a pure cost increase for those 5 days.
It's a shift.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
The true increase is half.
5 plus 1.
Sure.
5 plus 0.3.
5 plus, right?
0.3, we'll find a carryover rate, but
Yeah, we're ready for 23.
Sure, yeah.
So,
What's?
23 is what
I haven't placed these in our folder yet. I'm sorry.
Andrew. Yeah, well, before it goes out, can I just talk about the fees for a second?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Kind of jumped right past check-in, just getting right to it, we're so excited. Some of you may know, I was at a school board conference this last weekend, got in rather late last night, was in New Orleans. And, 2 things, I gotta bring back, yes, so I brought back beads for everyone. But most of what I wanted to share that beads represent for me is, and especially then coming back to bargaining, is people will ask me when I go, how long have you been on the board? And when I say I'm in my 25th year, they're kind of like, why are you here? Why aren't you teaching a class? Why aren't you teaching? And sometimes I am. But what I thoroughly enjoy about going to conferences is being able to brag about our district, talk about what we're doing well and the things that are going right, and then still learning some things. And for me, it's always that, as long as I keep learning, I'm going to keep going to conferences and bring it back. So it was a great conference. I had a lot of opportunity to talk and share about what's going well with our district. And I'm a little bit tired this morning. It was 2 in the morning before I got in last night, which would be 2 this morning. But anyhow, that was kind of the beats. It was a great conference full of information and, looking forward to sharing more of that as we go through the rest of the school year next year. But I just wanted to share the joy of learning. And that was what I had. Yeah, so thank you for letting me share that. And I realize they're not all the right school colors, but you can only get so many colors of Mardi Gras beads. So that's what we have with that, so thank you. Thank you.
But never want to look a gift horse in them. All right, I am making a copy of this Article 23 work here. So, this is a counter. We spent a lot of time working on this. And I'm sorry, I need to grab your previous counter this. We are noticing that your counter proposal from the 21st included the 3 days of work beyond the established 192, 193 day work year. We did a lot of time and a lot of wrangling over what the number of days that what our contract really means in terms of the number of member days and how many days are in a member's contract year. Essentially, we came down to, you'll see in the second paragraph, well, in the previous paragraph, the extra days will be attached to the calendar at the immediate beginning or end of the work year. We scratched the 192 simply to try to make it clear what adding days to that calendar means and where those additional days are added. We also moved some language from Article 31 that has to do with adding additional days to move some of our members, those who are DLI or special ed, into having 196 days. But we still consider the contract to be 192/193 to begin with. So adding days are always attached to the calendar, either at the beginning or the end of the work year. And then the district will make accommodations for any members assigned to work days beyond the established 192 to 193 work year. who has a scheduled prior commitment, grabbing onto language that you developed for a window of time to be give notification for that, for any changes to the calendar. So between March 1st and March 15th of the preceding school year. And then following up with your scratch, your cross out of if March 15th falls on a non-work day. Notice shall be provided on the work day directly preceding. So you've got that window to work with. We then are bringing this language from Article 31. So no real change, except our Article 31 language is still includes a larger number of members for the DLI, the dual language immersion members, to include classroom teachers, reading specialists, counselors, teachers on special assignment, coaches, subject area specialists, and new teacher mentors. The whole point being that all of these folks put in that additional work that is necessary to make these programs function. And are deserving of that additional days, plus the additional stipend that is part of that, part of those positions. And that they will be given the 3 additional days with pay, at the members' daily rate immediately prior to the start of the school year for curriculum planning, collaboration, and coordination. And that they're structured so that the opening of school days with 1/2 of the time is reserved for member directed work purposes. Any questions?
Yeah. How does the language in the first paragraph of A about members may be assigned up to 3 days, how does that interact with what would be these 3rd and 4th paragraphs? So, because we say that elementary and secondary dual language folks are automatically gonna get 3 days. Is that the 3 days from up here, or could they get 3 more days?
They could be assigned.
They could get 3 more days.
Correct, that's right.
And we've had issues this over the last couple of years with both SPED and DLI, with the district of that training in some of the program. Those trainings are supposed to happen immediately before the start of the school year. DLI and SPED trainings are supposed to happen immediately before the start of the school year. And they conflict.
They can cross that.
And so how do you schedule these things? So we had a long discussion about this. And we would look at anytime the district wants to add program days to middle school science or middle school math, those would take priority. So those would fit immediately before or after the school year. And then the DLI and SPED things would come either before that at the start of the school year or after that at the end of the school year. And
Can you
so-
say that again? So,
if you're adding days for, I'm gonna call it training, even though that may not be the right term. So the district's adding days for training. Those are prioritized in the calendar and come immediately before or after the school year. The
when you say
DLI,
school, I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you say school year, do you mean the contract year for people?
The work year calendar, the
The work year
192, 93 work year.
Okay.
Yeah.
and so the DLI and SPED, because those are more flexible, those would then get pushed farther ahead
Uh-huh.
or farther behind. They would still be contiguous with those training days, but they would be on the outside. And
So,
so it removes the conflict, the ability for there to be conflict.
so that Friday, I'm
New
gonna put
teacher
this
day.
into like.
Yep, that's what I was about to do.
Friday, that's the new
Talk to
teacher
you.
day, right? So that's the 193, so
Yep.
that's saying any PD that we needed to add could take place on that Thursday.
Yep, or the Wednesday, or the Tuesday, yep.
Depending on how long.
How many days it's gonna be.
And that would be
right?
regardless if it's 192 or 193 day
Correct.
person,
That way we
right?
don't have
Like you,
conflict on
Cyrus,
Friday.
don't need to come that Friday, but I can still have you come Thursday.
Yep,
Right.
And then DLI and SPED would be that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
or even in the
Just
following
fine.
week before that, right?
There is no.
Depend,
You mean if it was like a 2 or 3 day?
Because we've gotten 3 days and 3 days and a
Oh,
Friday,
gotcha.
it puts you
Gotcha.
into the
It's the
week
previous
before.
two.
we are trying to
Thursday.
provide that flexibility for the district.
Yeah.
Because it's been stressful for our members as well, where we have SPED people who are not being able to go to a curriculum training because because they're in sped training, and that's not good for our folks, that's not good for the district.
So
Yeah.
essentially what we're doing by adding days is adding contracted days, which then just automatically bumps everything back
Correct.
a day or
Because
two.
it's altering the length of the work year.
Yeah.
And those DLI days are on the outside of that work.
I think that's where I would need more clarification. I'm getting thrown by the inclusion of immediately in the third paragraph.
I would-
Because that makes me think that the DLI days have to be the days right before your contract year would have started, which are the
They do.
days in your example, could be the extra days from up here though.
But that extends the contract.
So it might,
My feeble mind would need that spelled out a little bit more, that immediately before might mean immediately before an extended contract year based on the first paragraph.
And you can see that's why we did not put the days down there at all, right? There's no reference to 192, 195 or anything down there. Because the length of that work year can change depending on the year.
Yep.
Okay.
So the idea is every member is a 192 or 193, right? We start there. And then we say, okay, is anybody working any extra days? Okay, who's a 194, who's a 195? And then we look at, are they also DLI? Are they also sped? Like, that's the order that we would be looking at things, if that makes a little bit of sense.
And it looks like, if I read how these things work together, that the extra days up in the first paragraph could be at the beginning or the end of
Which is the same for any of the programs, really.
But the DLI days only can be before
Correct.
so those never happen. At
Oh,
the end.
I guess that's the language.
And that's current
Yeah.
contract.
That's
And I'm
current
just
contract.
wondering if that is, and we follow that, I'm
That's current
presuming.
procedure, current contract, yeah.
The district could put all the extra trainings at the end of the school year.
It's a good time to do some intensive training.
Oh.
So I should do it.
We've all been there.
However, we talked about lead usage earlier.
I didn't know what I'm talking.
The perfect time to take that first.
So just to summarize it, a DLI or a special education member could end up with a 196-day contract year.
198,
Even more.
Yeah,
198.
How?
198,
Mhm.
because they get the 3 extra days from up top of the first paragraph,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
and then they got their 3 days. And
Let's
so-
say they're middle school DLI and their middle school science.
And their first year teacher.
Yeah, and their first, yeah. Ooh, you could be 199.
Yep.
Down at step 1, well, step 2.
Step 2.
Can you be DLI and special education?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is different, which is a difference from your proposal to ours. Your proposal explicitly said anyone who does DLI will not be paid for the stipends.
It's core content and classroom teachers, it's one for your proposal.
But I think that's still in 31.
There we go.
where did you leave the bilingual stipend or?
So all the money is still in 31. We left, so if you look back at our original 31 that we brought, you'll see this paragraph reflects about 2/3 of the paragraph. So at the very end, it has the stipends, about the 10% stipend or the 7% stipend or whatever it was that we proposed. So that's still gonna remain in 31,
And we really felt like,
which we have for you today. We have 30.
we're gonna bring
So
it
we'll be able to
I
see
didn't
it all.
imagine that you just cut it, so I knew you probably have it.
We figured that it was a lot easier to understand number of days if it's all within the
Right.
school year.
No, I think this movement actually
Put all
makes
the calendar
sense.
stuff in 23.
Yeah, I agree with that. Were you about to say something?
No, so
Sorry.
yeah, we put the calendar with the calendar and left the money with the money. That's-
Got it.
it's the same, the information is the same, and we were just trying to put it in. So that we put that.
Is the last sentence of those 2 paragraphs that are being moved current practice, or is that?
No.
I was gonna
No.
ask about that.
No.
I think for sped, it has been current practice. it's
Oh,
not current
practice,
language.
sorry.
Practice for sped.
This is definitely practice for sped.
For dual language, it has not been current practice, but it is what
We
members have requested.
Are we talking about the half days?
Yeah.
Correct. The time to remember work purpose.
It's current, what is current practice is that the beginning of school days for every member at the beginning of the school year has traditionally been a half and half proposal. So we're simply applying that same principle to these positions as well. And this additional time that's added on to the beginning of the school year for them.
Yeah,
Is this, can I ask a question about that? Is this, from the members, like with DLI, because I'm thinking about the structure of those days has been very, get some information, then because we're working with two schools and the two teams, they're collaborating all along the way. So it's like get information, then they're doing planning and it's pretty powerful and feels to me very member driven. And I'm concerned that if we do this, could it stifle the amount of work and structure of how that's happening?
Members could always collaborate with each other, that there's no restriction for them working together. Are you talking about between buildings?
I'm really talking about the length of the day, right? So
There'd
there,
be less time for this activity because.
right, because we would have, instead of, if we have 3 hours of PD,
Okay,
how we do it right now is we're doing it over a full day, but maybe there's some information given and then they're collaborating and talking. So it's back and forth all day where this cuts it to 3 hours of presentation and 3 hours, of time,
Member.
as opposed to it being more fluid.
It just says half of the time, so we could do a full day and then a half day, and then they get a day and a half member directed. I mean, this doesn't say it needs to be structured
Correct,
that way necessarily, it's just half of the hours need to be member directed.
correct.
This goes back to like our Wednesday conversations, right? Just because you're not able to assign them to collaborate, doesn't mean they're not going to, right? I mean, the reason we're looking for time at that start of the year is they are getting information, they are getting things, and they need time to implement it, right? They need, so if you're telling me about how to do something, I'm gonna wanna plan how that activity, for the school year. And so it's not that they would not collaborate or can't collaborate, but you would not be able to assign them collaboration.
I think it just, I guess what I'm getting at is the structure of that would be how we deliver the information would be different because we know we have this amount of time as opposed to it being half the time. It'd be like if I'm presenting this 20 minutes and I'm like, okay, for the next half an hour, you guys are collaborating. Can I count that time? No, right? It's just been very fluid and very powerful. So I just concerned that this will stifle some of that.
The intention was to set up a certain amount of time for members to be able to individually internalize, what does this mean for my classroom? And be able to either go back to their classroom or begin planning and setting up for their classroom. I'm sure some of them are doing that, right, in the collaborative time that your group is providing. We're just trying to ensure that everyone has that time. What that looks like in terms of the PD day is totally fluid. We're just saying our proposal is half the time, right? Like we all know and understand what the current opening of school is.
And I think I heard, Shonda, you asked, is this asked for by our DLI members? And the answer is yes. We have focus group, which I'm engaged.
What do they want to do with the time that they're not currently able to do with the institution?
Be in their classroom, to prepare their material.
On their own, be in their classroom on their own to do individual planning or?
Could there be some combination of collaboration and what you need to do in your own classroom? And I think part of it also stems from, sometimes it's really hard, it's hard to come back on the first day and sit in PD and try to focus on what someone's telling you to do, when the only thing in your mind is, oh, I have to do this in my classroom, or I have to organize these things, or I have to find these materials. So giving teachers a little bit of that space to just go in and say, get yourself organized, get yourself in a place where you're ready to receive information. And then let's talk and let's meet and let's get ourselves started, right? So I mean, to trust our teachers that they're gonna use that time the way that they need to, and knowing that they do have additional work to do and they do have additional preparation to do because they're preparing things in 2 languages. Or in the case of our special education counterpart, the same thing, right? They have additional paperwork, they have additional things they need to prepare because of where all their students come from so many different places. And I think also, to Shonda's point, they want to collaborate, and so now they have a little more flexibility about how to do that. So maybe it's not gonna be those first couple of days and that particular grade team decides, hey, we're all gonna go, we'll sort out our classroom and then we're gonna connect at this time on this day. And giving them the flexibility to do it when they're all in the best mind space for it, right? And that also then, by giving them some of that time in those additional 3 days, when everyone comes back, right, and they have those beginning of the year days that are also half member directed, they have that time to collaborate now as well, because they've had a little bit of extra time to get their classrooms together. So, I mean, it's just about creating more flexibility. Again, it's something that members ask for when it comes to that professional development, I'm one of the people who plans that professional development, and so it just means I have to be more concise and, like, I have to plan better, and that's not a bad thing, right? So I'm gonna make sure that I have exactly what is the most important stuff for them to get the year started, and send them off in a direction during that member directed time with things that, hey, you can work on these things, this is time for you to work on them if you choose to, but trusting our members that they know what they need to do for our students.
Right now, it doesn't sound like right now it's 3 solid days of PD.
Essentially, as a person who planned and delivered it last year, it was essentially 3 results
For DLI.
For you,
for DLI.
but not for special education.
I would say there's also an added benefit of like having that time set aside to be member directed. Gives those members time to, like, outside of that professional development, engage with those ideas in their head and sometimes come up with like very good, useful questions, or, hey, have we thought of this thing? Cause this is something that came up while I was thinking about this while doing whatever. Cause I have some of my best ideas come when I'm like just jamming on paperwork and I'm like, oh, hey, my brain's actually processing this concept now, and it came up with something that I didn't think of when we were sitting in PD.
Can I clarify first, Sped? I think I know the answer, but I want to just clarify before I walk away from the table. So just thinking about past practice for us, we like to offer voluntary PD during that time. And then we really like to offer some directed work time for brand new teachers. Does any of this preclude that?
No,
And I think that's a really good model, and that for your department, that makes a lot of sense, because we have
people,
so many diverse teachers.
Yep.
Right, you have resources, you have LE1, you have A&E team, you have speech paths, right, and not everybody needs the same thing.
Right.
So I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think for DLI, we're growing in that direction, where now we have teachers who have been with our program for 5 years, who don't need the same information and the same training as teachers who are brand new. And so this gives us a little bit of space to also do some differentiation and say, you know, maybe there's half a day where everyone is all together and team building, and then there's a half a day that's for new people, and there's half a day that's for old people, right? And that's not old people, but experienced people. And you know what I mean? And so then really being able to feel like people's needs the way that your department is able to do.
If you're offering like additional support for people, I think that makes sense. If we're talking about like a voluntary meeting and it's information that everybody needs to know about, then we're gonna have an issue with it. But I think that's something that we understand.
Yeah.
We've talked about these things before.
But are you saying the new staff are required to attend some additional things? That's why I'm trying to.
I think it's more of a recommendation, right? It's like, hey, we're here to help you if you want somebody to walk you through these steps or see what this looks
And I'm
like.
trying to decide if the 1.5 days allows for what we did last year was very effective. In that new teachers, I believe we didn't experience teachers pretty much. We're doing their thing with some voluntary, that do you want to come to this session kind of thing? But new teachers, we did ask them to come here to the same room to work on their schedules, especially when you think about like LE teachers and visual, their visuals. Here, we have all the tools here to come together. So they're working on their own things.
Do you think that, did that go beyond what would be 50% of the
That's
time?
what I'm trying to remember, so I'll have to go back and.
But we didn't get any negative vibes from the special ed folks that we talked to when it came to the summer PD days. They felt like it was very flexible and they had time to do the things that they needed. Whereas the DLI folks felt like they really could use some time to think individually about their program or their classroom. And they didn't always have the time to do that. When they were collaborating with other people, they got a lot of great ideas, but then taking that idea back to their space, having the time, as Ted was discussing, to kind of turn it through their wheels and actually kind of, okay, what do I think this is gonna look like for my grade level or for my group of students that I have? They kind of felt like they were doing that the following week, right, as they were getting ready for school to start, and it was a little overwhelming, so.
and I can't speak for the whole team, but I don't think it would be unreasonable for if when you looked at that information, you saw that, oh, hey, we did actually need a little bit more than 50% of that time for those new teachers, to propose like some exceptions for new teachers. Like, I don't think that's completely unacceptable to say like, hey, let's be realistic, new teachers, even if they're experienced, are gonna need some onboarding that we can't necessarily provide during the time that we're supporting the rest of the staff. Like, I don't think that's unrealistic.
I mean, there's just no end to the time that new teachers need for everything, their own time, during time.
But I think about something like creating a special education schedule, like
Challenge.
that teacher needs some help, and we probably also wanna be sure that they, like, it's something to get us in trouble, right? So that collective, like, let's figure this out together. So I appreciate you saying that, Ted, in terms of like, there are some things that are very beginning of the year, getting ready for the year. I don't really know how to do this, where could be
They need support.
specific, yeah.
Frankly, there's lots of things that they need to be ready to go week one, that training cannot come later.
And people who might feel like, oh, I think I have this figured out, so I'm gonna go figure it out on my own, and it didn't really work, and I've missed my opportunity, right?
So that's page 1.
I do have a question. Sorry.
Oh, he's got more questions. Oh, yeah, more questions. Uh-oh.
In case it from another article.
The additional folks listed under elementary and secondary dual language, which of those don't currently get the 3 extra days?
Anyone who's not a classroom teacher.
Okay, so, reading specialists, counselors, et cetera, they are not being assigned to 3 extra days right now.
Correct.
That's right.
Continuing on. Grabbed up the language around Juneteenth. We're in agreement with that. From, that same paragraph. And then the chart for the summary of the work year. Also agreeing with the conference preparation stretch. There should also be, I'll make a quick note, a strike of the asterisk right after parent conference, because there's no asterisk anymore, because we're striking it in the
Yeah.
following. Below the notes, just below the table. I want to jump though to E as a result of that, so that it stays in context. So we're going to jump to the end of our 23 here and talk about conference preparation. We heard some of your concerns in regards to just 8 hours of conference preparation. So tried to make some adjustments to our proposal here. Ultimately, we feel that when it comes to conferences, and what we mean by conferences is parent or family conferences. The contract itself uses the term parent conferences. We realize that that's kind of dated language. But there's no easy solution for that to address the wide variety of family situations that students live in. But parent conferences are where we take a break from school and, or in the, we hold evening conferences in which parents come in and their teachers sit down with them and talk about the student. And that's what we mean by conferences. So for any conferences that don't align with end of term grading periods, elementary members will receive 8 hours of member directed conference preparation time. Provided prior to conferences, and middle school members will receive 4 hours of member directed conference preparation time. Provided prior to conferences. This doesn't address any high school time. The whole point is that when it comes to getting a classroom ready, getting the data ready, getting materials ready, it does take, in order to address all of the students that one has and all of the subjects that one teaches, that it's really important for them to really get good information for their parents. It's not something that can just be pulled from a simple database. databases like, or the database collection tools like Panorama really are not designed to be parent facing. They often, the data is not up to date. They have not been refreshed with current information. And so it's not a useful tool that can just be with the press of a few buttons and you have all of the information. So we really feel that it requires that 8 hours, 4 hours, depending on the level.
And this just comes from the language in the contract that we had prior to changing
Thank you, Mark.
how everything went, right? So right now, I mean, essentially, from the bargaining conversation, we still do have conference preparation time, right? But they're around the grading terms. And so that's why this only would apply if conferences are not happening during those grading term times. So if conferences stay as they are now, where at the middle school, at least, they're happening at the end of the first trimester, this language would never apply, right? And so this is not something that's intended to be a gain unless we're moving conferences, in which case we're just trying to provide them time. Because if we move conferences somewhere where we don't have that grading time, and it's just like, hey, after school on Wednesday, parents are coming, and I've been given no time to prepare for it, right? I would struggle to get ready for it. I would struggle to collect that data. I would struggle to make sure that my room was appropriate for having all of my parents come in, because I would like to make it prettier. I know in elementary, that is a very big deal, right? I mean, to have that room family ready, to collect all of that data for all of the subjects in elementary. And so it's just trying to return us to past language that probably will not apply unless we change how conferences work.
So when would we have a conference day that wasn't on our regular?
Anytime in the school year, we're especially looking at potentially having, if we were to ever have spring conferences. The district's proposing to scratch the language that says these days are based on an 0708 conference schedule. That 0708 conference schedule in previous contracts spelled out exactly, and this is what Mark is saying,
Right.
spells out the additional conference prep time.
Before the 07.
So would it be,
That happened before the 0708
because we haven't had,
spring
and I'm
conferences.
only, right, this is, has not happened in
Or
almost 4 years.
Right.
So would that be a place where, like, if this happened to pop up again,
Yes,
we would just have an MOU, like 100 MOUs that you and I work on all the time, Eric, but like just to add, like, hey, this is something new, it's a conference thing, let's write an MOU just for this one.
and this is
special thing.
essentially what the MOU would be, right? So.
Well, not necessarily
What
with
we
hours and
see,
things
no,
like
no.
that, but, so I'm just wondering, why would we put something in that may, that's kind of why we scratched the other thing out, because it just, like, doesn't happen. So I don't know.
So again, this is the district's proposal. The district is proposing to strike any reference to conference preparation. What we are looking to do is we are looking to ensure that members have conference preparation if conferences fall at a time when they would not normally have conference preparation, i.e. before grading period. We did not bring a strike to this originally. If you go back and look at our two initial proposals, this was something the district brought and said, we don't see why this is here. There's 0 on
Correct.
the box, right? We went back and looked at the 0708 contract. That box doesn't exist. That box came about because of that bargain, and then boom, 811, that box exists, and it's referencing the 0708 conference schedule. So we went back and looked at the 0408 contract and said, how did we run conferences? And in parent conferences on 24, it has all of this extra explanation for elementary conference prep time and middle school conference prep time.
So, and again, a big concern for us, right, is the 0708 puts conferences at that grading term.
Right.
So the calendaring of the conferences came about at that grading term, which gives us the prep time to prep the conferences. If we strike that language, there's nothing that holds conferences there.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that gives us any preparation if they were to move away from it. So that's why it's important for us.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So what if you weren't doing conferences at the grading term anymore and you shifted them 2 weeks or a month earlier or later? Then wouldn't you shift the time that you would have? Because you're telling me right now I prep for conferences that the grading day is the time when I prep for conferences that happen at the grading period. If I'm not having conferences then presumably I need less time then. So if I shifted a conference to a month later, wouldn't I just take some of the time from what that's currently allotted on that grading day and move it forward?
So
Because it's the same amount of conferencing, it's just happening at a different time. So you wouldn't need the full grading day plus more time for conference prep, because right now you're using the grading day for conference prep.
I would argue that it's just more efficient when we do it on the grading day, because you're filling in your grades and at the same
Yeah.
time, but you're pulling your data, right? But now you're doing essentially the same thing twice, so you still need 2 full days,
Yeah.
because it still takes you a whole day to write the report card. I mean, in elementary, we write comments for every single kid,
Sure.
right? So you're doing all of that, and then now you're also doing that separate in time. You're basically doing twice the work, so.
Kids' grades change, everything's fluid.
Yeah,
Right? You're talking about pulling data about missing assignments or who needs to make up this test, right? You move things a month. At high school, it's changed.
Mhm.
It's not the same information. You gotta go back and you gotta gather all that information so you're ready to talk to that parent again. But high school doesn't get conference prep time, so.
I would also, I understand, Angela, I understand your point.
Well, I'm not saying anything. Stay quiet. Try not to talk.
Which was the original language, right? So like what we are bringing is not a game in any way, shape or form. All it does is it says, if we're eliminating the references that are up above because they don't make sense or people don't understand what they mean, then let's add in the language of why those pieces were put in the first place. So we still understand each other, right? We still have the same level of understanding. It's not a gain for one group or another group. It keeps the field neutral. We're just replacing a bunch of zeros of conference preparation with a footnote that is confusing to people with the original language from the contract of why that footnote was put in.
And again, would not apply unless we change conference.
Exactly.
So.
But if the conference schedules were changed to align with the end of a grading period.
They are.
They
now.
currently are.
Well, even if we added a spring conference that was aligned with the grading period.
There's no additional conference preparation. No, correct.
Well, but the conferences would have to happen after the grading period, which would be
At the very end of the school year.
really.
No, not for spring, for March.
Well, I mean,
Second trimester.
at the end of the second
Just
trimester.
the second trimester. Yep.
You are capped on the number of days of parent conferences you can't have.
Correct.
At 2.
Correct.
From the.
So how does that play out with, so 8 hours of prep for elementary is for their full class. 4 hours for middles for their full, all the students they see.
Correct.
So I'm thinking about, there's different strategies around targeted groups, focal groups, some of that, so then that amount of time would be prorated. If I'm only gonna meet with 5 of my kids, that might then mean that that's
Would
90
that
minutes.
still count as parent-teacher conferences, or is
Well,
this
that's-
something?
that's-
Right, because again,
Question.
this is referring to the big picture. This is the whole shebang.
Yeah.
This is not a
Okay.
targeted, we're just looking to bring in 100 families out of our 600 families.
We're gonna have an
right?
event.
Yeah.
Like the.
I think
One
that's
of
the critical
two
piece.
Evening events, right?
Yeah,
But
Right.
that
That's
goes back
fine.
to your question about what is conference.
Right.
well,
Exactly.
we're talking about the whole shebang. Everybody's invited. Conferences are happening at North Gresham Elementary. Every family is invited to conferences. I teach 4th grade. I'm reaching out to every one of my families, trying to schedule, what time are you coming? Here are the days, right? It's the whole thing,
Right.
right? So.
And I think if I play devil's advocate, even though this is not talking about high school, I think one thing that both teachers and admin have agreed upon is that the traditional conference process has not been efficient. and
Correct.
effective. So I think if I were to put myself in an elementary or middle school admin position, I would want to know that at the point where we come up with something totally new And that's not like the traditional parent conference.
We need to talk about it.
Where you're having all of these, having to put together all of this work and work samples, but maybe instead it's really just about meeting and greeting and getting to know the family.
Sure.
That would be outside of this, right? And that could require, that would be a discussion with the staff of like, how much time do we really need to do this, right?
And I would-
Because that's
I would
a whole
hope-
different lift.
So it would also be a conversation with the association, right? Because if truly the goal is to not have teachers do a whole lot of work on the back end, but just be there and be present and have fun conversations with families and engage with them, right? And you run a couple of PDs about how do you have family conferences where you're just engaging and talking about life and so on and so forth, right? And there is no work on the back end for the teacher, right? We want to understand that, so that way when our members come to us, we can give a similar message as to your message. We can all be on the same page. And if there is a little bit of time that we identify some reasons for, then we figure out where is that time going to be provided for, right? It could be a Wednesday, we give up the PD to give people time. It could be, ATTW, like whatever, we figure it out. But yes, everyone agrees the traditional conference model is not effective in the way that we want it to be.
Right.
That's why we gather the numbers. That's why somebody stands at the front door, right? And that's why we look at it, we're like, 17%. Yeah, it sure would be nice to get 40% of our families or 60% of our families to engage,
I'm not
right?
meeting with the
So-
children's parents, but I really.
No, I really need to, right? So we're happy to have that conversation. What we're just trying to ensure is that if we eliminate one piece of language in the contract, that what it means is still there, right? So we're replacing it with the original language.
So are you saying if we unstruck it in the chart, then this language isn't needed?
That's what we proposed
Mostly the asterisk,
originally.
it's the asterisk that matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
We were just trying to do clean, so.
Oh,
Well, it's these days, and then there's
so it's Brian's fault.
these days.
That's what my.
These 0 days are based on the 0708 conference.
It's a Zen exercise.
Clear as mud.
It's too deep for me.
You were here.
I was. I remember when the chart. That was the Tom creation.
Yes, it was. All right, back up.
All right,
Yeah, gotta go
back to
C and D.
back to, yep,
They're the same.
B.
Page 3.
So, previously we proposed to review, changes to the calendar after it's been adopted by the board. Any changes 10 days prior to the adoption of the school board. We've stepped away from that. And what we're trying to do is get to what we really, what the association is looking for, which is the ability to collaborate around changes to the calendar that when we have inclement weather and there's a need to regain time for students. One of the most undesirable situations is to try to tack days on at the end of the school year. Frequently, the very students that need that additional time to meet state standards will not be in attendance. Seniors are frequently gone. We have a low rate of attendance. What's that word?
They're not the same semester, right? I mean, you're adding days to second semester class.
Second semester class that was when the work was in the first semester. So, when it comes down to it, there's lots of ways to be creative about a calendar. And what we're looking for by adding the word, we're striking the words meet and confer to agree on modifications to the calendar. It's desiring collaboration from, between the association and the district to problem solve and find a mutual agreement that will work for students, staff, and the district.
I mean, it requires more than collaboration, it requires agreement.
And I understand, I mean.
But here's why it doesn't-
I understand why you would be nervous with that word, but just understand our intent again, right? We don't view the adding of the end of the days at the end of the year as the best option for our kids.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm not advocating for that as the method.
Yeah.
But what I see here is that the board could effectively be prevented from making up the time. Here's where I get that. Any other makeup of time that doesn't include adding days at the end of the year will necessarily involve the union's agreement, because it would be like getting rid of a grading day or this or that. So if you wanted to prevent any time from being made up, you would say, well, we don't agree to adding days to the end of the year. And you would need our agreement to like have a grading day be used as a makeup day, so you could effectively prevent any time from being made up. Right now, it says the board has the election of making up time. In my mind, and I always go to worst case scenarios, because that's the only time I get called, is, right? Nobody calls me and says, this is going awesome, we have an agreement. You know, you didn't know that, right? So I get called when it's like,
Worst case scenario, Brett.
the GBEA won't agree to add days to the end of the year, and we said, well, if we're not gonna do that, then we need to change a grading day to a school day, and they said, no, we don't agree to do that. We effectively are now blocked from making up time that we currently have the right to make up. So that's where what the agree worries me. And again, remembering what my context is. So that's what worries me, is that I don't think that collaborate is worrisome. And I don't even think that creative solutions are bad, because attacking days at the end of the year, I hear you, they're not often the most effective.
So you're talking about collaborate to find.
Again, understand our intent. Our intent is to find a better way to provide that missing instruction to kids.
Yeah.
We're open to ideas from you. I understand your discomfort with the word agree.
Is there better language?
So.
Well, I mean, meet and confer is in there now. That seems like it's not satisfactory to you guys, because you don't feel like the confer, I don't know, I mean, is the feeling that you've conferred and offered an opinion and that it's just not been considered, or what's your experience been with
I've
that?
been here 25 years. How many times have we done something other than add days?
Well, that
How many
one,
times have we added days?
Lots.
Quite a few.
wasn't there at least 1 or 2 years where you did some, where we lost like 8 days or
Yes.
10 days or
There's a couple
something like that?
extreme examples.
And so those years, those Snowmageddon years, I seem to remember like either doing away with Wednesdays or changing a grading day
We did that once.
or a President's Day or something like
Yep.
that. For at least some of those days.
Yeah,
Correct.
that is correct. And that's all we're looking for, right? Is that sort of thing. Where we work together to find a solution that works for our kids and our members.
Yeah.
And you guys, obviously.
I don't have any other questions. It looks like the language at the end of C and D now matches the two proposals, right?
Well, no, they don't match with what you
They don't?
have.
You're more proofreading, but.
It's close. Your language for C and D has the words if staff are required to stay.
You have requests.
We've used the words requested and agreed. So
Which sounds like the process.
it's and this is what we see should already be happening or is happening in these kinds of scenarios. Administration determines that there's a need to have some folks stay after it. And they identify some folks and request that they stay. And then the member can agree or say, I need to go home. We were just nervous about the idea that they would be required to stay and not have the option to leave. And I don't think that was your intent, but
No, I mean, you know what I'll say, my nervousness is on the other side, right?
Yep.
If every single person said, I need to get out of here because I'm worried about stuff, then we could theoretically have a building largely empty of adults, but kids,
that's not the nature of teachers.
no,
Yeah.
I know, but again,
I mean, the only thing I would want to point out, Brian, is in C, you are not contractually able to hold people right now in C.
Correct.
beyond the regular work hours.
Correct. And so we're kind of offering that up in C, and in D, I would argue current language says we can hold people. And we're looking for a little flexibility. Again, I think for any elementary school, middle school, high school, if a principal says, hey, we got kids stuck here, I need 15 people to stay. Right, they're going to get those 15.
Yeah,
Right, but picking that one teacher and saying, you've got 20 kids still here, I need you to stay. That's our worry as parents, right? I mean, because if there is this emergency closure, we've got kids that you have needs too, some of us do, and some of us are like, yeah. So-and-so's taking care of them, I can be here with my students, and so that's the thing that makes us nervous is our kids sitting at a school, not being able to get picked up. Indeed.
I think C and D though are very different. And
Yes,
C-
they are.
Sure.
C happens,
Yes,
right? And then I think absolutely problem solve with your staff. You figure who lives close, who's able to stay, who's not afraid of the snow, whatever it is, right? Whereas D, you could theoretically have your entire building, right? You could have your entire school still there.
Or
Needing all, or
Supervision.
relocating, needing to go to a reunification site, right? That's on a level that we haven't experienced, or we don't experience very often, and may require all hands on deck.
We nearly
Well,
had that, just last week at Gordon Russell, we nearly had that situation.
Yeah.
We had a fire in our neighborhood, right up against Gordon Russell.
Hmm.
And, Aaron put out the word, to all staff, anybody who can help. And we needed to get kids to walk all the way, we normally exit out the parking lot. We had an accident that blocked traffic in one direction, we had the fire blocking traffic in the other direction, we couldn't get any buses into the parking lot. We had to have kids bus on the other side of the school, down past a field, we had to have staff help escort them down onto El Camino Road and get them out, and 98% of the staff were there, ready to help. And I think that talks to the perspective of our staff, that we're ready to help and ready to make things right for kids.
Yeah, and I don't,
Safe.
not ever meaning to suggest otherwise, I just look at the contract language and what could, I mean, it's the same way as when you guys say, well, we don't think our current administrators would ever do this, but we need language because we don't know who's coming next, and our next administrator might not be as flexible or understanding. We write the language to account for all possibilities.
Sure.
Right? So, and I think that Ryan's correct that, and Mark, you pointed out the subtle distinction already existing between those two sections. I think it meaning to reflect the fact that the second scenario is one where it's or almost life or death, or very, those types of situations.
Extreme situation.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're never dealing with it.
Right.
Well, and when I was a principal and we had our crisis prevention team or, natural disaster, there's an earthquake. I've got a list of folks who will stay,
Yep.
and we've assigned them as, this is your station. And we determine that by, I have kids at home, I live across the bridge, if there's an earthquake, those kinds of things where it made sense of who agreed ahead of time. So that in the middle of a disaster, I'm not looking and saying, hey, who can stay? It's like everyone knows where they go, everyone knows who's staying and who's going. So I wonder if that kind of language either could be added, looking at your plan, your crisis plan within your building, and making sure that those folks who need to stay are identified ahead of time. And then if others are requested, they can,
Yeah.
That would be helpful, if you knew at the beginning of the year.
yeah, and it might need to be everyone, depending on the
The building may, everybody may be a parent, right? And
Right.
Just very.
Well, and that's what I was thinking about, is some of the things that we have experienced, we don't have the draw of being pulled away, like, fire at our school. We're not concerned about our kids at home or those pieces, so the pull to go isn't the same as
Yep.
if there's a major where we need people
School
to stay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a fire in the school, everyone's staying.
I think, to Angela's point, I think that's a great idea, but I think just also making sure that we still have the flexibility, because some things like weather conditions, we don't know, right? It might be worse in Vancouver and not so bad here, it might be bad in that. So different staff may be affected in different ways, and, normally someone who could stay because they don't necessarily have kids may need to go because of whatever the circumstances, right? That we know that our local conditions vary widely, right, across the metro area, so.
Well, and I would think like going to specifically like this crisis thing, I think one of the more possible situations would be a major earthquake and different parts of the metro area, just because of the geological composition of the ground are going to be impacted differently.
Or when we've had the impact of wildfires and power outages and things like that, right, impacting different people in different ways, depending on where they live, so.
And just again, Brian, I mean, I'm like you, right, like I think, well, what's the worst case scenario with this? I mean, current contract essentially gives you the right to indentured servitude. I mean, I can never leave. Right, like I'm picturing the big earthquake again. My son has 3 bridges between his school and his mom's workplace. 5 bridges between his school and my workplace. Like, it will take me forever to get there because I'm swimming across the rivers and the earthquake. And so if I have to go pick him up and his teachers have to sit there, it's literally days until I can get there. Right, and so our kids are gonna be in the same way. If we've got kids whose parents work in Portland, which we do, right, it's going to be days after the earthquake before they can get back. And so that's a worry for me, right? It's without any restraint around that language. What does that mean? Do I get to pick Eric? And Eric has to stay there for 3 days? Or do I ask for a volunteer? And that, I mean, so that's all we're looking for, is some sort of flexibility or some process that will allow that knowledge for who's staying, who's not staying.
Okay,
I'm sorry to do this to you. Can I ask you one more?
no,
It's back, and a lot of this is just, I don't understand all of the duties of these positions, so I'm trying to figure it out. In the DLI, new teacher mentors. Is that only DLI, new teacher mentors, that would be getting 3 days? Because it's my understanding, it's under the
Yes.
DLI,
dual language immersion
It would,
including,
members that include these DLI members. They are DLI classroom teachers, DLI reading specialists, DLI counselors.
Through the end of that sentence.
Yes.
right,
Meaning those people are serving in those specific buildings to support that program.
the new teacher mentors, are they typically from that building?
So it's a new position and that's the position I'm currently serving in. And, so I was from Highland and then served both Highland and West. Specifically for the dual language teachers. I don't have any other teachers on my caseload. I only have dual language teachers on my caseload.
So it makes
I have a
sense.
former dual language teacher.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to educate myself better on what exactly that position is. And it's new.
Bilingual required positions are hosted by the board. And with people who have experience in that field.
So if they're not bilingual,
And they wouldn't have that, so they wouldn't have a position and they wouldn't get started.
So they might be from a non-DLI school. Is that
It's
true?
a district position.
yeah.
And it's a
Not-
DLI new teacher mentor.
what about
It's a district position, just because we're into school, right? It's the parent, that's what apparently makes it a district position.
Well,
right?
or middle school eventually, or.
Yeah.
Eventually, like it's, yeah.
These folks are doing, creating materials in a second language, doing it in 2 languages.
thinking about like.
So, and it's not just the classroom teacher who's creating material in 2 languages, it's
It would be.
all of them.
Would it
So,
be okay to take a little break?
Yeah.
Just saying, like. Get my own voice of it. I felt like I missed.
let's do that.
5 minutes?
Yes,
That's
no,
the end of my.
Perfect talk.
Cyrus?
All right. So we haven't made a ton of changes here to Article 31. A lot of it is our previous proposal, because we both proposed Article 31, some changes in our initial from the 26th. But the district's team brought chunks of what are part of 31. And we are just trying to incorporate our response to those back into this counter proposal. I'm trying to keep it organized all into one article. So nothing is significantly changed from our previous proposal until you get to number 13. So in the last negotiations, if you look at the table, the district in their initial proposal proposed a strike to that position. Or that, what it was called, this high school technology coordinator. The high school technology coordinator used to exist in the table under H. It is now called the website and social media coordinator. And we made that change. We made a change in the last contract to eliminate a release period. And the intent was for this 13 to still remain. And so what we've done is we've gone back to 13 and changed the name of the technology coordinator, which should have happened in the last negotiation. So that it's high school website and social media coordinator. And they can receive up to 10 extended contract days during the summer to do a lot of the website and social media work that those folks do. The position has significantly changed, but under the contract that we agreed to in the last negotiations, no longer has the related period, should include to these 10 extended contract days. Questions about that? Okay. What's that?
I'm trying to just like thumb through. So you struck it from, so.
No.
Bargain.
In the last bargain, the name of the position was changed.
Correct. But it didn't get changed in 13, but it only got changed in the table.
Additionally, the
this is clear.
thing that got struck in the last bargain was the release period for it,
Right.
in that table under H.
So in terms of the intent of our language, we're just fixing the title, right? Whereas your language, you struck it completely. Right now, it says it's up to 10 days. They could get 0, they could get 1, right? So we believe that it should stay with the correct title. And if there's work that an administrator needs that person to do, then they should be giving them some summer days to do that.
Okay. Additionally, in 16, the first part is moved. So the specialty assignments stipend, the first part for the dual language immersion piece, we just saw that. Yeah.
It's all struck out.
This part that is struck out has been moved. Our proposal is still the 10% of BA step 2 on the 192-day license salary schedule. In the section B, we grabbed onto language that the district proposed when you all did your financial proposal, which was that for these folks that are going to be receiving a stipend for speaking a second language, we're still breaking it down into for the stipend to be 2 different types. One in which whether or not that language is spoken by more than 10%, they would receive a stipend equivalent to 7% BA step 2. And for those that speak the language that is spoken by 10% or less of the student population would receive 5% of BA step 2. The part of the language that we grabbed onto and added to both of these, B and C, is that, and this is the language the district team brought, is that members will be expected to assist with language needs, to assist students or families that they work with, i.e. translating their own parent or student communication, explaining directions to students who may need assistance to ensure understanding, etc. we like the guardrails that the district came up with that language. For those folks that receive a stipend for speaking a second language.
And the stamps test, I believe, was part of your proposal as well,
Yes.
but we also have it. And if you're wondering what proposal, it was the single page that y'all brought,
Right.
which I believe you gave us on 13.
Yes.
I think you're coming to the DLI piece, so I'll let you talk.
Right, so again, this portion, well, we already did the DLI piece, that was in the game. Right,
The E, the letter E there, the new.
At the very bottom, yeah.
oh,
Can
right,
I ask a question before you get there? So I mean, in C, 0% of the students in your school could speak the language, but you would still get the stipend.
If you're by. Yeah.
10% or less of the student population of any of the schools, not a student. So then, I mean, you wouldn't be expected to do any of the things that members will be expected to assist with language needs to assist students. You wouldn't have any responsibility for any of that. Why would I still get the stipend?
You wouldn't, I don't think that's it's not the intention of our language, right? There would have to be students that you would be working with, that you would be doing these things with in order to receive the stipend. It's just trying to differentiate the amount of work, right? Where there are clearly some buildings in this district where there's a much higher need. And there are buildings in this district where there's a need, but it's a much lower need. So that's all we're trying to do is just differentiate. We're not trying to set up a situation where someone will receive a stipend for doing no work.
No work.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Jack.
So then either we or you would need to change that language.
Yeah.
I think we can work on it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be in our court to counter that.
okay. It's not our intent.
Okay.
Yeah, so the. In D, in D, we have. The language that got moved for sped teachers and the number of days for the school year, getting moved to 23. Still sticking with the 10% of BA step 2. In E, this is our same original proposal. And the same language that we introduced, that certified sped education members who serve in the DLI program using the partner language will receive the special education stipend and the dual language stipend. Looking for ways to attract this very specialized core group of people that are highly needed and difficult to find.
There's a shortage in the whole metro, not in the country, right, but definitely in the metro area, people who meet that specification.
Well, I would say.
And, yeah, and so we want to pull the people here. Don't go to PBS, don't go to Western Wilsonville, that's what we're wanting, right? It would be a very small group of people, and again, very, very highly specialized, highly trained. You know, 3 people with children, right?
Number 17 on page 4 here, was borrowed from 17.
Sorry, before you move to that, so.
Go ahead.
Again, a lot of this is just me understanding what happens right now. So there are special education teachers working in DLI schools, but not utilizing a second language.
Correct.
Okay.
I think there's currently one person in the district who is bilingual and working in special education, that's the technologist.
So one person that would qualify for
Got it.
articles.
But we want to, this would be to try to.
Retain.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, this is to try to recruit a resource teacher, right, or, you know, another, just these providers that we need in a building, it's a shortage that we found. The program started.
Got it. Thank you.
17 is borrowed from the district's initial proposal around Article 31. High school counselors may be assigned up to 10 extended contract days during the summer at mutually agreeable times with prior administrative.
I think we discussed this when we were exchanging initial proposals, but this is already happening for a lot of our high school counselors. They're already coming in and doing work, right? So We don't, and getting paid, thank you, Mark. So we, again, this is literally your language, but we don't see this as being a change
Not a change of
in
practice.
what folks are already doing right now.
Can I ask if would a DLI teacher also be able to get the bilingual, the B and C? Or is it one or the other of those, A and C?
When you're referencing DLI teacher, which part are you looking at?
Oh, you're talking about.
Specialty stipend, under 16A. Will receive a stipend equivalent to 10% of the BA. And then the certified members proficient in a second language, 10% or more. Would a DLI, would the people in A also be able to get E?
I don't remember the intent of when we wrote this.
So I don't.
We may have to caucus on.
Yeah,
it.
maybe
we might have to focus on it.
So like just to make sure I'm clear on this, you're proposing, like, say there's someone who spoke Spanish and then like another lower incidence language in our district.
No, I'm saying like
just
if I'm teaching in a DLI classroom at Highland.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, I know. The end of your language, I'm realizing now that the end of your piece had that stipulation that
Right.
excluded the ability, DLI, those receiving the DLI stipend would not be able to
Right.
receive the
Right.
multi-language.
Is that the
stipend.
intent
They
of
wouldn't
what you're
stack.
putting her to as
Yeah,
well?
you wouldn't be able to stack it.
Right.
That's what-
I don't think that's our intent, but we would need to
Yeah.
caucus.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Double checking.
I would agree the language says they do right now.
Yes.
So
The
we'll
language,
figure out,
what?
the language says they do, so
Yeah.
we'll figure out what our intent.
The only. That's it. Am I wrong?
The extra duty committees, that's the same.
That's all the same.
Okay.
As your prior proposal.
That's our prior proposal.
Okay, then all the changes to the
We
schedule.
were
to the
talking
table.
about it last time, but we just said it.
On page 2,
Okay.
the number 5, is that a change from event to hour as far as the chaperone for the high school dance?
It's from our original proposal.
Yep.
Okay.
So what we've been highlighting are changes from our original proposal. Everything else you see in here is the same as our initial proposal.
Yep.
So I believe we incorporated almost all of your changes that you brought in 31.
Do you think that, page 4E near the bottom should also go to work here to Article 23? High school counselors may be assigned up to 10 extended contract days. Same logic as the DLI moving over.
It's challenging because when you look at some of the other like department chairs, right, they have that same exact piece. So it's problematic. The way that the counselors, correct me if I'm wrong, administrators, but the way that the counselors and department chairs that it's happened is they're just told how many days they get and they just work the days, right? As opposed to there's a training or something that's being organized, in which case they need to identify on the calendar, oh, it's happening on this day, so they can get everybody together and they can run that training. When I was the science department chair and I was told, all right, you get 3 days, I would just work whatever the equivalent of that is, right, 24 hours in the summer. And I just know that I get to put in that ATTW and it's gonna get approved.
Is that how it works for the high school counselors too?
I think it's more structured than that, just because.
They wanna
given
work
their help-
together.
Given that
They're
they're helping with
onboarding
the
new
master
students,
schedule,
right?
there needs to be a coordination with the admin, but,
Sure.
but it is like a back and forth, okay, how do we make this
And
work?
it's definitely not tied directly to the calendar like those other days are. Like they might come in the second week of August or come in the
Exactly.
third week of August. It's
Exactly.
much more flexible there. And if they just talk to each other and figure out what days are we gonna work together,
Right.
so.
There are lots of other things in this Article 31.
Yes.
Is the difference, like with DLI, it's 195-day contract, like their contract on those 3 days, right?
So that was a discussion we had, no, it's not. They have a 192-day contract and they have 3 days.
3 days added on.
That's how the contract reads, and I understand we have the salary schedule and stuff, but in my view, that's just for clarity, right? And so I understand, I don't think there's a big technical difference between those two things. But everyone has a 192-day contract. The DLI people will always, and SPED, will always get the 3 additional days. So it's like they have a 195-day contract, but they don't. They have a 192-day contract with 3 other days.
That have to be scheduled in conjunction
Correct.
with training and other
Right,
things.
I mean-
So it's equivalent.
There's a lot of other requirements in 23, right, Brian, about how days are added.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that we would want the days that these other positions are doing to have to meet those same requirements that we have in 23. And that would be why I would suggest we leave it in 31.
31 for us.
Well, it's just, it is outside of the, sometimes it's outside of before and after.
Correct.
Yep.
The
So I
calendar.
think, I think
It's an
that's a
extra
good
duty.
argument to keep it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is an extra duty.
Yeah. Whereas those additional 3 days, the DLI or sped teacher, those are not extra duty, right? Those are required days, right?
Correct.
Oh, next,
That's it.
everything else is our current proposal.
This supposed to be short. When we talked.
It was. I don't know, I don't think it was that.
Yeah, I got one. You just have 2.
I'm just gonna do other things.
Bonus.
Okay, so we're gonna talk us through a little bit. and then-
Yes.
Okay. We have Article 3.
Right.
We have all of them in front of you, so
Yes, thank you.
please try not to look ahead. We already did, but that's okay. One at a time. Going to page 2, H announcements. Trying to really, I'm struggling with myself about why this is so hard.
Yeah,
I
me
just
too.
try to find something that is that really meets the needs of what we're trying to do. I don't think that anyone wants to limit the amount of, the opportunities for members to be able to talk to their folks at the building. I think that that's happening, and I think that, building reps are working with their administrators to try to figure out the, we're on 3.
You okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think 4 was on the top, so maybe you're confused, but. So we went kind of back to the original proposal that we had. Allowed up to 10 minutes once a month, during a building meeting. I think we were hung up a little bit between the 2 of us on whether it's a staff meeting or faculty meeting. I think that was the original one, and it was trying to align, get rid of that word faculty versus staff. So maybe building meeting is how we have proposed that we kind of come back. You have a question? Sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't have a question. I was just comparing the 2 proposals.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we had explicitly tried to separate the different things that happen, right? And it looks like the language you brought is more open-ended. So
And I
is
think-
that your intention, or you're just
Yeah.
trying to be simpler about it?
Yeah,
or-
and I
okay.
think that the discussions that we've had were, how can we allow for the unique situations in every building?
Mhm.
So the building rep and the administrator can say, hey, I've got something that I need to present. What's going on this month? So where we can get.
Gotcha.
So if, it's agreed to that it's happening during a meeting where they're all together, or a meeting where folks are not all together. I think that was one of the concerns, like how do we get folks all in the same room?
Yeah, collaboration days are not.
Right, and, Mark and I talked about that a little bit too, that it's not necessarily the building principal's job to
make sure everybody's in the same room, right? But just to provide the time. So we wanted to just keep it simple, 10 minutes when that happen and have folks work together.
So, is member collaboration time a building meeting?
Is it a what?
Is member collaboration time?
On a building meeting, yes.
So you can see the principal saying member collaboration time is when you would be having.
What I could see is the principal and their staff or their building rep talking about what are our options for this 10 minutes of time. And a principal possibly saying, could it be during a collaboration time? Could it be during the professional development time that we have? Could it be, you know,
Could we share it?
could we share? Could we-
This month, we only have one admin directed time. We're definitely not gonna put it in a teacher directed Wednesday, but could we use a collaboration Wednesday this month, right?
What I wouldn't want to see is you get 10 minutes and it's only during the cooperation time for the rest of the year. You know, as a principal saying, there's clearly a pattern of trying to, I won't say abuse that, you know, on either side. And I wouldn't want to see which we had some things come up or somebody comes up and says, I want the whole 10 minutes at every single staff meeting for the rest of the year. That's probably not reasonable either. So some way to have,
It seems that this will give building reps greater flexibility about when they can hold their 10-minute meeting.
and to be able to, yes, and to be able to have that conversation so that it's unique.
Because that was the other thing we discussed too, like if there's only one admin directed Wednesday.
That's the
What
only
if you've got a lot of staff absences that day? What if there's something going on? It might be in everybody's interest to do a collaboration Wednesday.
And there's some goofy months, like
Yeah.
November and December
Yeah.
specifically do have teacher directed days and have conferences or whatever else and shortened meetings. There's messy times. Simplify.
That's what we got. Any other, oh, sorry, got other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Simple.
Okay, that's all great. Number 4, I think we have, Ryan's gonna talk about, we agreed to the E. That part, that like, moving from
Gender
gender to gender identity.
Oh, highlight yellow means good to go.
I don't know.
I'm deciphering the color coordination.
Normally it needs caution.
I've never seen highlighting on
I know.
proposals before.
But the blue is us and the green is you. So that is how I try to make sense of it for myself and trying to, as much as I can, keep the language.
Yeah, highlighting color doesn't have it.
It's more like something changed here.
Something changed there. But I think that is, you know, anyway, just noting that there is a change somewhere.
Then looking at G, when we discussed last time, it sounded like you all were comfortable with using district approved grading scoring scales, but the problem was we left and we just said and policies, which sounded very open, very vague. And there were questions of like, well, what about academic freedom? All of that seemed very justified, right? And so the idea to keep it very narrow on grading, right? Like when can you use an I? When can there be a W, right? Those are policies. And so by adding the word grading policies, it may seem redundant. And an English teacher might say you don't need to put them in both things, but I think for this language, it's good to have it very clear. And so that idea behind that was to narrow the scope.
We don't know the grading policies of the district.
Exactly.
It's,
Where's some examples?
I know it's a board policy.
They're in I, they're in
yeah.
the grading, any district policy on grading will probably be in the I category, IK.
But I mean, you're probably wondering like, for example, at the high schools in the handbooks, in like course catalogs, it'll tell you like how many weeks you have until you can withdraw from a course, right? Those are all like applied across all students, right?
Would a grading policy be how often I need to update my grade book?
I mean, to me, that's almost like
That's not-
employee performance
Professional responsibility.
That's a professional responsibility, but play performance thing, so I think that would fall elsewhere, right? Like, I mean, my hope would be that the teacher's doing great.
Can we get some sort of, not summary, but an outline? I don't know what the grading policies are, so I have a hard time agreeing to agree. Right, and so if we could get the numbers of the applicable policies, or what you think this is referring to, that would make it a lot easier for me to wrap my head.
So it is in policy IK.
So just the things in IK.
It's
are what
mostly
you're
around,
referring.
it's around the grading.
I think we would wanna, there's some more in there too.
Yeah, but that's where at least we built it up.
Yeah. We can try and get you a list.
Thank you.
Good enough.
Understood.
Thank you. And that's fine.
Yeah, we've proposed current language on just cause. I mean, I think there's two different components to that. What's the venue for contract teachers? But also the piece, we can't support the idea of probationary teachers not having a probationary period, basically. So affording probationary folks just cause for dismissal would effectively wipe out the probationary period. And we can't support that. I mean, it is a tryout period. It's recognized by the legislature as such. It's this period of time where people are demonstrating that they should be a long-term district employee. And so all of you served a probationary period of 3 years. I mean, there is a good rationale for it, so we can't support that. There are sometimes people who enter the profession and it's just not for them. And we need to be able to have not a full-blown just cause arbitration in those situations. So that's, I think, a key piece of this. I mean, the other component of it is having fair dismissal as our venue. We see as the preferred venue. Our arbitrators are not, their decisions can't be appealed to the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court. They don't necessarily have any experience in the education world. We could get an arbitrator who's never been a teacher, never been an administrator, never been anybody who has, and they're gonna judge whether or not a licensed teacher should be dismissed or not is a hard idea for us when our alternative is a statutory scheme where the folks sitting in judgment are on some levels have industry knowledge, a teacher, a school board member, the member of the public at least has been appointed by the governor to that position. So we're assuming they have some investment. So it's just one that, especially the probationary piece that just wouldn't work for us, so being quite transparent. So we proposed current contract language there. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
There's some locals I've seen that have a reduced probationary timeline.
Yeah, we can offer, the district is allowed to offer anything short, anything 1 year or more. The district could offer 1 year probationary period. I don't know if this district ever has.
I've never seen it.
I would doubt it. I mean, if somebody called and asked for my counsel, I would say, why would you do that? I have had clients who have said, well, we had somebody who worked here, then they left, and then they came back. So we agreed to give them 1 year probation because they just worked here for us. And so we've had folks who, coming back out of an administrative position back into the teaching ranks in the same district, technically they would restart. And the district has said, we'll only make you serve a year of probation because we don't have the same questions or unknowns.
Sure.
So I have seen those. I don't know what our practice here is.
I know there are some locals that have a 2-year probationary, like, that's permanent.
Yeah, I don't know. Who is that? Do you know?
It's not on top of my head. I've seen it when I was reading contracts. Instead of the 3.
Yeah.
Typically, the first year and a half, that decision is really being made for most people.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 key years for me. There is that year 1 and you find out pretty quickly.
Right.
And people are learning the craft, so people might struggle at first but okay, but some people it's just like, this is not gonna work. And then year 3 is the big year because sometimes you've had folks who have kind of like, are they gonna improve? Are they not gonna improve? They've improved a little bit. Now year 3, we're making a decision to make them contract status or not. So now you really have to analyze that and say, is this level of performance and arc of improvement enough? So those to me are the 2 key years where we see most stuff happen.
From the administrator perspective, what do you guys think about that? I mean, you're the one doing the evaluation.
I would just echo what Frank said, sometimes it takes some time to figure out, where the person's gonna, what their trajectory is gonna be.
It allows for grace up front, right?
Exactly. I think that's a huge one, right? Like, it works both ways. The probationary period also allows for you to really get in there and help a teacher and focus on getting them to where you want them to be at the end of that probationary period, as opposed to being like, well, you're just flat out now cutting it right out of the gate, which also isn't fair. Because teaching's hard.
Have you guys really seen people that take 3 years to, where like you're deciding for 3 full years whether or not?
I had a situation when I was a principal where there was so much potential and you could see there was just one area that we were really trying and sending this teacher to professional, getting professional training, professional development, following year, side by side, getting a coach in there with them in year 2. And then, I mean, it's not, I don't know how other people feel, that it's a really hard decision.
Oh, yeah.
It's no fun.
3 years is a long time.
And contrary to popular belief, if that is it, no principal wants to ever non-renew a teacher. That is, it feels bad, or the process is ugly and it's just not somewhere you want to be. So we're doing everything that we possibly can to get this person up and running. So, when I've had to do those, I've been typically in year 3, because I've done everything that I possibly can do to try to get that person.
And people have to, something has to be going really wrong in year 1 to have a year 1 non-renewal. Like it has to be so clear that more time is not going to improve.
Because that's what I've seen 90% of the time is they make it or break it, and it's typically the first 4 to 6 months. It's usually between September and Christmas, that you're like, yeah, this person's coming back next year or they're not.
Well, and
Right.
oftentimes the teachers make that decision for themselves.
Correct.
In that year 1.
Correct.
It's usually they're like, well, what have I signed up
Correct.
for? And they are done.
A lot of our year 3 ones I see actually in special education because like I would echo what Angela said, districts don't want to terminate people or non-renew them because then you have to post and try and fill that position again.
You're back to the starting line.
And that has
Right.
even more so in special education where it's even harder to find folks. So you're like bending over backwards, like, can we get this person coached up and propped up? Can we do it? We're gonna give a lot of time. And then you get to, February of year 3 and it's like, this is just not gonna happen.
In the situation that comes to my mind, it was exactly that, giving that, longer runway to really do side by side and get that supported because this is somebody's career. So it's the toughest thing to do, and having that extra year to know that you've really done everything you can to support a staff member before it doesn't work out.
And you want to build on
It's
strengths
important.
too.
Yeah.
You don't want to just approach everything from like a deficits approach, right? It's like, yeah.
Well, and sometimes it's a few things that you have to work on, not just one, and so that gives you time to support them.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are initial bad fit situations that can turn into another spot that's a good fit situation.
That's it. And sometimes you only know that by getting to know them over more time.
You're so overwhelmed.
I believe that's what we found.
7.
No, but in Article 4, I don't think there's anything else.
So I'm doing Article 7.
Is that a question or?
And we have agreement, we've come back with, the change in the term, from step to level.
We do this grudgingly, feeling like there still are some challenges with this complaint procedure. But I know that doesn't add much to the conversation, but it still is a frustration, but we just don't feel like debating it more. I think we're ready to move on. You guys have not been wanting to make changes here. So kind of more like, let's be done with it.
Well, I think we talked about the situations are so few.
Yes.
Where,
The ones that we are most worried about that aren't covered by this language is a fairly narrow band. So we don't feel like holding it up on that fairly narrow band.
Okay. Here's. You wanted to save paper in the future,
Just.
you could just tell us.
That we agree.
Exactly.
We wanted it on the
It's super important to us that you accept our.
You're a last word kind of guy.
Well, then I had to get in the last word by saying that.
So
you know,
expect a counter proposal. We might, because we came up with a newly worded, newly,
We did.
we haven't had time to look at it.
No, we haven't.
Completely redid it.
Just true, I made a proclamation at the last bargaining session, so this is just for funsies. But it's just reorganizing where the wording is almost exactly the same as the original contract, or just as the proposal we're approaching another, but reorganizing the content, I think, so the intent is to make it easier for people to walk through instead of having critical pieces of information kind of hide and seek. So it flows together. So if we take a look at it, we might bring something in response to see if we want to.
Well, and that was the intent of bringing it, was for
I thought I was joking. I
for
thought I was messing with you.
We wanted clarity between
Right.
admin and licensed members, so.
I would
We
not
haven't
want to
debated.
throw out a good idea. I would also not like to consume too much time, but,
Which we don't have a lot of.
in Mondays though.
Just
It could be an optional bargaining meeting.
yeah.
Or I could give a 20-second presentation, leave the room, everyone votes. And we roll with it or we scrap it.
All right.
And then we're saving 24 just because it's,
All right.
15
Lunchtime.
minutes old.
Yeah.
And, we think it's gonna take a bit to get through it.
We have we have a lot of information.
Historically, it takes a little bit, so.
Don't read it.
Read it, it's not gonna tell you much.
There's also some things in red.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did. Right in there.
Is there anything highlighted? Cyrus.
Not in the other though. So.
Okay.
Try to, keep the eyes fresh.
Stop recording.
I don't think it's.
The lunch just got here, so we can.
Curious.
All right, welcome back. And we're coming in with Article 24. And we're gonna start, we have a presentation that just that we'll do in the middle, just talking about what we learned about 40 school weeks. So that's after.
Okay.
We're gonna add that one.
We're ham and egging it here. We have to practice it.
We don't practice. Not practice.
Any TikTok dance?
And we're introducing a new color to our.
Red.
Try not to too much.
So are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I think the main thing was, with this first red language, we're like, okay, well, we can strike it, but really, we're needing some more clarification about what this is or what it isn't at the bottom of that first paragraph under length of day. So student contact schedules outside of like a student day, we weren't sure what challenge we're trying to address or solve there.
If it was just more to align with high school or.
I mean, it essentially is trying to get, all staff, all members to have essentially the teaching schedule provided to them at the start of the year. So like high school gets, first period, you're gonna teach to the second period. Just making sure that everybody gets that at the start of the year so that they know what their teaching schedule is.
Do they not currently?
I would
Maybe a
say
naive
most
question.
main core teachers at elementary, at middle and high get it. But there would be some fringe, or not fringe, but non-core instruction people who don't.
So is that, are we, and I'm speaking from an elementary
Yeah.
mind. The only schedule I can think of is the special schedule, for example, like PE and, library or something like that. But that's typically pretty much done pretty quickly, so I don't know if that's what we're talking about.
I think
ELE,
this is meant to include counselors,
yeah,
behavior choices, other people who are members who are not necessarily doing instruction perhaps. But
yeah.
What would that look like?
Don't know that we want to dictate what the schedule looks like. But.
I mean, all members get the same contractual protections, right? So things like a duty-free lunch, things like a prep period.
Mhm.
And I know sometimes for things, for positions like counselors, that can be tricky. And so my as grievance chair guidance to them is you get a prep period, you get a lunch period. You can't be assigned kids who are going out. And you need to have a schedule given to you that says, this is your protected prep time, this is your lunch time.
Rather than them giving it to us. That's what I would historically have done. When are you doing this?
Right.
I guess
So
that's
an
why
agreed upon schedule kind of a thing. And so I agree, like, I know like right now, sped teachers are a prime example where sped teachers at the start of the year. I think in middle school, high school and elementary school, I think all of them, they craft their schedules a lot of the time, right? There may be some things where they're assigned a thing, but then there's a lot of, well, I'm gonna do this here and I'm gonna do that there. But just, I guess mutually agreed upon schedules, mutually understood schedules need to exist, because when they don't exist, that's where all sorts of confusion and lost time for members happens.
And is there language that address, I don't know this, I'm asking out of ignorance, is there language around, counselors for this example that says, produce your schedule, let me know when you're gonna take your lunch and your prep time and all of that, or?
There's no language around that,
Okay.
it's practice, I would say,
Right.
Yeah,
yeah, there's no language.
and I think one of my concerns with that, like the 10 days change, like with changes, I'm just thinking through that, like. Oftentimes, again, it would be someone letting me know that there's a change, and it might change day by day, so I guess that's where. I'm not sure what the right language is to address that, I have a better understanding of what the concern is in terms of. Some of those protected times, so maybe it's
And
about,
honestly, from us, right, like if a member comes to you and says, I'm gonna change it, and you're like, cool. And then 10 days doesn't matter to anyone,
right,
right? But when you're saying, hey, tomorrow, I need you to start teaching this ELD class. Right, that's the sort of thing, and people who have periods, like middle school and high school people, we're already protected with language. Elementary is much less protected.
so is this mostly about elementary, or is it also about middle school?
For counselors, it's both.
Yeah, it's both, and I think another concern that came up with counselors was, by over case management, time. And I think the scenario that was presented to us was counselors being in a position where they have to be very flexible and their days are fluid, right, because they're constantly responding to students, but in addition to having to have that flexibility, they often end up, not getting their protected lunch because there's student situation to deal with, and they have to be prepared, or them not getting enough of that time to do the final work case management, because they're constantly responding to situations. So just making sure that people who do not necessarily have very clear cut instructional days still have time in their schedules for all of their job responsibilities as well as the protected times. that were mentioned.
Schedules also offer a lot of clarity to folks, right? Like if I know that as an elementary counselor, 1 o'clock is when I'm gonna do some 504 work, then probably on the master schedule, right, it's gonna, all right, so the counselor's not available, so we better make sure we've got the behavior TOSA available. We better make sure that the special ed teacher is available, right? So we don't have conflicting pieces there, because what we hear as the association frequently, and this primarily at the elementary level, is that folks are losing time when they have things that they need to do, because it's not scheduled, right? That it's just poof, it's just gone. And the work is still there, so they're expected to still get that paperwork and get those things done, but all of their time just poof, went away because they were responding to crises and so on and so forth. And if it's scheduled, then folks know like, oh, I'm not calling upon this person because they've got this other thing they're working on. Instead, I'm calling upon this other person, right? So trying to kind of share the workload amongst folks so people can say, yep, that's my responsibility. Nope, that's not my responsibility, right? I've got these other things that I'm doing right now. And then people aren't taking all this work home with them and working after school and on the weekends all the time because their time is getting sucked up.
There's never nothing. Right, if you're waiting to do your 504s or whatever.
You'll always be waiting.
Until there's a free moment in an elementary teacher's day.
Yeah, I guess I think through my working relationships with my counselors. And we were often able to kind of like we figured it out and there was, time where we would like protect, but I also believe that person valued the flexibility of needing to do this and not having something super rigid. So I'm just weighing that balance of like a schedule where set things are gonna happen with the need for flexibility to respond. So I'm just kind of wrestling with that. So mostly elementary counselors is what we're talking about there.
And other specialists, ELT teachers.
Who are responding to students, and that's taking them away from being able to complete the things that they need to complete. Right, primarily paperwork related, family communication related, right, duties and things, things that have been put on them, like, you're gonna be in charge of this for this group of students, or you're gonna be in charge of this for the school, and then they get pulled away, right? And now they can't take care of it. And when it happens once or twice, right, we can all find creative ways to get that time back. But when it's happening continually over and over and over again, we have had instances where we've gone and met with the administrator, and the answer has been, well, it's their job to make their schedule. So why don't they just schedule 1 o'clock as 504 time? And it's like, well, because you're telling them they have to respond in this situation. Like, so it's just like it's an unfortunate, I don't know if you call it a miscommunication necessarily, but the administrator is saying, well, it's the member's job to make their schedule. And we're saying, looking at the member and saying, why didn't you make your schedule? And they're like, because I'm told I have to respond to kids, right? So it's, right,
And
so.
I guess, so where does other duties and assigned fall into this? It's just a question in terms of like, as you're working through that day to day or something's changing. Like, that is an administrator's right, as long as the protected time is protected. So I'm just kind of weighing, not sure how you actually do what you're asking.
Well, and I'm wondering about the communication piece around that, because I feel like, we all have those days where we knew the whole day just went different for all of us,
Yep.
and then the counselor saying, I have this need, and then us making sure that that need is protected. But their schedules also change quite a bit, so I guess as long as if they bring it forward, that piece is helpful, because sometimes for different lessons, they don't stay with the same schedule all year.
Correct. Yeah, they may be in third grade at one point, and then now they're in a different grade level. It switches from morning to afternoon, something to that effect. A lot of the examples that Mark and I are thinking of are things that the administrator is like, hey, I need you to do this. hey, I need you to take on this, right? And that's gonna cause their schedule to change. So now they have to cancel a group. They have to change where the pieces were, right? And it is, you're right, a lot of it is communication based. We have a lot of folks that do a great job working together. And we have a number of buildings where people do not work well together and they are in conflict quite often. Because the counselor feels like they're trying to run their program and the administrator is trying to get them to do other things and they don't feel like those other things fit their role, right? There may be more administrative tasks, things of that nature.
Okay. That helps. That's not at all where we, so that's helpful.
Yeah, when you read language, I mean, you try to think, yeah.
Exactly, like
Yeah.
what is this trying to say rather than, and it's not that we're not open to something, we are, but we didn't have enough context for what problem we were trying to
Yeah, I feel like
solve,
even
which
this,
is what red print means.
yeah, I feel like even this language may still not get at
Right.
that concern, right? So that's where it's like, I think
Addressed
we need
somewhere
to
else.
figure out that too, because the reality is, there's a lot of red flags that pop up for me at the point where an administrator and a counselor have come together, they've created a schedule, and yet then that's not being respected, right? Or it's going, constantly being thrown out the window, right? Like that to me is a legitimate, like, let's figure this out. Why is this happening and how can we prevent it?
That's why if you can write perfect language, Ryan has an unlimited budget.
Yeah, that's right.
You'll offer a job on the spot.
Yeah.
When I wonder if it's looking at, there are some protections around your prep time and your lunchtime and things like that, so is that where
I mean, and
we kind of add, like, if it's noon and you haven't had a break, or, that, for a counselor,
Right.
they have the right to be able to say, hey,
And it's not just that, right? It's also all the things that they've set up to try to make their program successful in their school, right? And now because of a small number of students who are having a hard time staying regulated in school, they're spending a lot of time responding, and they've got a whole bunch of other students that they're trying to see, that they're trying to work with, classrooms they're trying to get into. They've got required curriculum that they're supposed to be delivering, right? It's a heavy, heavy load that those individuals, or in a few buildings, there's a couple of people to share that load, but for the most part, it's 1 or 1.5 people that's trying to share that load.
Lots of plates to spin.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
also wondering if part of the confusion is because we kept trying to connect it to the language around length of day. And it's not so much about length of day, so I'm just kind of like, it might also be that there's a different place. But anyway, thank you for enlightening us. So then I guess, maybe similar, so on page 2, under B at the top, and will be identified on the work year calendar in regards to the early release or late start days. So, what?
so that is their language that we kept.
Right.
Yeah, do we mean on the, like the
It's the building,
HR calendar?
it's the building
Yeah.
level,
Yeah, building level count.
And like,
right? Because the HR calendars, it's not gonna be the same.
it
Right,
doesn't,
so
okay,
each individual principal makes their own building level calendar and usually shares that with staff right at the beginning of the year.
okay.
So we just wanted to have all the things, along with
Okay.
the staff meetings,
So it's
right?
not that
Let's
there's
also
gap.
lay out all the Wednesdays and so on and so forth.
Well,
Which-
because it's
which
every
should
Wednesday,
be
every
happening.
Wednesday.
And the
is-
district often.
I didn't see
makes
this as
them
a
match.
change,
Right.
right? I saw this as a clarification.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and then I think that's when we're turning it over to a,
Yeah, a lot of the, much of your proposal is dependent on this 4-day work week in this, so I really wanted to dig into what that is. I've read more research, I've watched more videos, I feel like I've learned a lot
We
about
appreciate that.
4-day, 4-day instructional week. So I wanted to just put it all in one slideshow of sorts so that I could keep my thoughts organized, because there's a lot of information that I learned. And Felicia's gonna share that possibly up here, so that we can see it, and we'll share it with you too, so that you have that.
Okay, so. So here's, I just have links, just in case you wanted to know, these are just 3 of the many, research papers and studies and articles that, I was able to find, and so that's where I'm getting some of my information for this slideshow. And oddly enough, there was a conference done by Oregon State University. Did you guys know this? It was the 4-day school week. And so I can send that to you too, and you can actually watch a couple of 2-hour long videos about the impacts on student achievement around a 4-day school week. So that's where I'm getting a lot of my information here. Go to the next slide. Tiny, but you don't have to, basically it talks about where a 4-day school week originated, and basically across the country, it's typically in rural and smaller school districts, and it was first brought up to address budgetary issues. In a small district of 400 or 1,000 students, for example, I grew up in Moses Lake, Washington, which is a small district. Every time we had to compete in track, it was a 2-hour to 3-hour commute, and we would miss pretty much all day Thursday or Friday. We would miss those school days. So a lot of rural districts have switched to 4-day school weeks and they would extend each day of the 4 days to be able to get students the amount of instruction that they were missing on that Friday, for example. Also, transportation in smaller and rural school districts. It may take a child a couple hours on a school bus to get to school from wherever they were coming in rural districts. So saving on transportation costs. Yeah.
I'm just counting off the savings.
Oh.
Transportation.
Oh, transportation. Yeah, I don't know if there's.
That's just it, right?
The savings.
That's the only savings.
Oh, for these districts, no, they would say because they would not have school on Friday, so
Okay.
there would be no.
I was waiting
utilities.
for that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no school on Friday, so they would absolutely save money on.
Employees don't work Friday.
There's nobody working on
Yep.
Fridays, but they would extend those days on the 4-day school week. The other piece that was, it was used to is to recruit teachers to those smaller districts, by saying, hey, there's a 4-day work week and, work-life balance for some of those teachers. It also helped for families in those smaller districts that if there's a medical appointment, sometimes they have to pick their kid up, drive them quite a ways to get to the doctor. So that worked in those districts for those reasons, which is why some of them moved in that direction. That's kind of what that slide is saying. Next slide. What is the blank to implement? What is, what is it?
I was gonna do
The
the same.
process. What's the process? Oh, thank you.
Nothing complex.
So to be able to implement a 4-day school week in any district, you all know Division 22, there's time standards that we need to meet. There's a full application process that we have to go through in Oregon. If we're going to not meet those minutes, then we have to put forth that application pretty early. And we have to put the estimated cost savings, how we're going to ensure that the instructional time is maintained. There's a lot of back end establishing that we have to, improving that we have to do to the state that kids are going to be taken care of and they're going to get what they need. Next slide. And so there were benefits, and I kid you not, I searched for as many benefits as I didn't want this to be a big negative fest. So I was looking for all of the benefits. A lot of them are what I've already talked about. Fridays from your proposal, the additional time to plan and collaborate, that is absolutely true. Plan with our colleagues.
less opportunity for teacher burnout. And I talked with you, Eric, about just like teachers are tired, staff is tired. We're all very, very tired, and we're seeing more teachers leave the profession in general across the nation just because the work is hard and there's just a lot to do. More opportunity for professional development, and especially from the proposal that you all put out, adding those 3 hours, I think it was 3 hours at the end of a Friday for PE. The research talks about teacher recruitment, and it is a strategy to recruit more teachers on a 4-day school week versus a 5-day school week against other districts. One of the studies said, yes, that's true until everybody turns into a 4-day school week, then it's no longer a recruitment strategy because everyone's doing it. So that only holds true for as long as you're kind of the only one doing it. For rural districts where the competitions are played, we talked about that. Athletes don't miss instructional time, and it's made up in those districts, assuming longer school days, Monday through Thursday. And the flexibility of schedule in the case of school closures, and you all talked about that a little bit in your last proposal about being able to, if we have to, rather than add a day at the end of the school year, just use one of those Fridays to have some flexible time to do that. Next slide. So the impacts, which was consistent through all of the research that I saw, including the Oregon schools that you named, I think Estacado was one, and Orbit, I think, was the other, was the impact to student achievement. And we found, or research has found, that it's in smaller districts, when you're comparing smaller districts to smaller districts, yes, smaller districts with 4-day work weeks and smaller districts with 5-day school weeks, the achievement rises, but at a lower level. So if you look at a curve, the 4-day districts are rising, but at a slower rate than the 5-day districts. When you incorporate larger districts, that goes way down. And for students who are Black, students who come from communities in poverty, they actually drop. The achievement rates drop for those who are not getting the 5-day school weeks. Students who are identified above average, which was super interesting to me. So if you're in kindergarten, 1st or 2nd grade, and you're reading above grade level, students in 4-day school weeks, they had a higher impact of their reading and math scores dropping. So in a study out of Oregon, let's see, math and reading achievement dropped significantly after the 4-day school week. So one study wanted to see how does this happen over time? Is it only when you first implement the 4-day school week after the 5 that you see the drop, or does it, somehow plateau or level out after year? Same kid, Eric, you've been in a 4-day school week for 8 years. They track that kiddo, and it actually shows that the decline still happens for those students who are getting that 4-day school week. So the longer that you're in, the more student achievement drops. The 2021 calculated 4-day school week, and they shaved off 6 of the usual gains for a 5th grader that makes in math, and it's equal to about 5 to 6 weeks of school over many years. Those losses can add up for students. Next slide. And the research also showed that the impacts to the community and equitable access. We talked a little bit about some of these things. After school activities would only be available to students who have the means to get to and from the site on non-contact days. So in your proposal on Fridays, for example, students at Barlow would have to, who participate in football, any sports app would have to figure out how to either catch, I don't know how public transportation is out here in this area. Probably not so great. It was hard for me to get here today, just in my car. But students who didn't have the means would have to make a really hard choice about participating in some of those activities. Research also found that elementary school families, those younger kiddos, had a tougher time finding childcare. There was a financial impact for those families to find childcare every week, once a week. And so we know in our communities that some of those folks without the resources, we often have older kids taking care of younger kids, and they might not have the resources to be able to do that. One study actually looked at our healthy youth survey, which I thought was interesting, that we give to all of our kiddos, and they compared the students who are on 4-day school weeks to 5-day school weeks. And there was an increase in sugary beverages that kids drink, and they were more likely to report an increase in drug use, specifically marijuana. And let's see, less access to physical education. There was a study that did look specifically at PE, thinking that because there was more PE in a shorter amount of days in those 4 days, but it didn't conclude that there was less obesity or that it was healthier, but they did get a little bit more PE in the younger grades. Barriers to transportation, we talked a little bit about that. For our kiddos who really need to be able to, who may not have the opportunity to participate because of transportation and getting to schools for those. Next slide. I was really trying to figure out financial impacts. It's really hard to know, simply because your proposal actually has schools opening on those days. The school is not shut down on Fridays. So I have no real savings to building operations, because we still have to turn the lights on and operate the building, because there will be humans in the building. There's a possible transportation savings because we're going to cut routes for bus drivers. We have 109 bus routes right now, and if we cut one of those, a fifth of those for this week, then we would not hire as many bus drivers, obviously, or have them driving on that day. So we would have some savings there. There wouldn't be any staffing savings unless we would cut hours for some of our classified staff who may not need to be at work on Fridays, because their jobs would be dependent on students being at school. So maybe high school and middle school EAs or secretaries. Those are some of the staff that I could think of that might be impacted by this. And your proposal talks about a block schedule. Is dependent on the block schedule a bit to be able to save some of those minutes, the passing time, and eliminating the late start Wednesdays. So when we were calculating all of that, the cost of a block schedule, and I know that this district has gone through this before as far as figuring out the costs. So estimated 9 teachers per building at around, if you're thinking $100,000-ish average per teacher, around $1 million in cost for a block schedule.
For each building.
For each building, yeah.
The two major experts.
Correct.
Yeah, and now those costs are even, having been on the committee that looked at the block schedule, that's just looking at adding up all those FTE components you would need. So it actually in real life would be more than that, because that teacher is not going to be a chameleon who can teach all those one single sections that have been lost across content areas.
Right. Next slide, let's see what else we got here. Then we have the compliance, and I welcome you to challenge these numbers, because we were really trying to figure out minutes of time gained and lost with your proposals. So 45 minutes of instructional time gained with the block schedule versus the 7-period day transitions. We talked about that a little bit. 60 minutes you gain by trading out the late start Wednesdays, that hour in the front. You get 20 more minutes on Mondays with the block schedules versus the 7-period day plus the advisory transitions. So the total weekly minutes that we would gain would be 125 minutes, or 2 hours and 5 minutes with the Monday through Thursday block. And then we have a loss of 5.83 hours of instructional time on each Friday. And then if you minus the minutes, the net loss of instructional time per week, what we found was 3.75 hours.
If nothing was done on Friday.
If nothing was done on Friday, no student contact time on Friday. And again, this is just us trying to piece what you presented and come up with those calculations. Next slide.
Can I ask a question on those of the numbers?
Can you go back one, Felicia? Thank you.
So the 15 times 3 is just, it's 15 minutes gained per day is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, the difference in those 5,
So
because
three
you save
passes,
those 3
three
5-minute
passes.
passes. Yeah.
And Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because Monday at the high school has advisory.
So that's another transition.
Or that you would
4
say-
times 5, exactly.
Thanks.
Okay, next slide.
But it's more than
Oh.
that.
Do you?
Sorry, go ahead.
You understand their numbers, huh?
Well, so the 5-minute passing time comes both before and after the class periods, so it's actually 30 minutes, it's not 15. When you eliminate a class, you eliminate 2 passing periods.
You do in some instances, but when they're not right next to each other, you don't always lose them all.
Sure.
So you don't, you
But
can
if you're-
only,
if
you
you're
only
only running-
eliminate, yeah, when you look at it, you end up eliminating 3 of those during the day, because you still have a break for lunch, after lunch, so
Right.
there's still those ones.
So if you, I mean, if you take the current 7-period day and you say we're only gonna run first 2 periods before lunch, then you've got 3rd period and 4th period that are both being eliminated. And then in the afternoon, you're
Right.
eliminating
So
one,
that's, yeah.
you're eliminating another class in the afternoon, right? So I believe when I sat down and looked at the schedule and crossed stuff off and still obviously left passing periods for the remaining 4 periods, I believe it was 30 minutes each day.
Well, we only have 2, we only have 3 in the afternoon now, and under a block is moving 2.
Correct.
That would be a savings of 5 minutes there. Right? So, yeah, but anyway, without diving too deep
Yeah,
into
into the minute.
We can get a copy of this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I'll send.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But that would still leave us short.
Still even short.
Go ahead, Felicia.
Yeah, so then the passing time's on Wednesday, yeah.
I thought it was important, and this is Angela's slide, so I'm just gonna put that in there. Remembering the pandemic and just, kind of some of the things we learned with students not being with teachers. And that extra day may seem like just one day, but, we learned that students need more time with peers. A lot of the reasoning that we're seeing, some of the acting out and the behaviors that we're seeing now is that kids, didn't have that time, with their folks, their peers and with their teacher. Abuse reporting went down due to less access to mandatory reporters. Many of our families experienced food insecurity and houselessness, homelessness, count on meals provided by schools. We found that out. And attendance was an issue. So when students were asked to just attend online, they had a hard time doing that. Teachers had less time to just deliver core instruction standards, core standards for instruction. So fast forward. Next slide. And so while there are several benefits, and we talked about all the benefits, and I think those are absolutely legitimate, with the proposal that we received. And this number obviously is up for, you guys can do your math too, but there is a decrease in contact student time by a bare minimum 3 hours. Our calculations 3.75 hours per week at the high school level. It doesn't ensure the care of our younger students on non-student contact days. There's a potential loss of classified employee hours. Special education services would be impacted with regard to less time
that our students receiving special education services would be able to be in the general education setting, which we know is really, really crucial. And I think the biggest piece in my mind is that this is really a huge, a huge community impact. It's more than I feel is appropriate for one, you know, myself or this group of us to make a decision that impacts parents, students, our community partners, our business partners. School board would have to have some, I would think, some input into this. As our, you know, the state and our local entities. So all in all, I truly did do a lot of digging to try to see what the impacts of this would be. And at the end of the day, this is going to be something that we're not able to engage with at this time. I don't know if I have another slide or not. Oh, I think we do, yes. I wanted to really honor, have Tracy talk about this because I was not a part of the last bargaining. I know that there was hours upon months upon days of work spent on this article alone, talking about time and the importance of time for teachers and the importance of time for administrators to be able to have time with their staffs to do professional development, get all the training or things that you need to be successful at your job while still allowing for the collaboration time with your peers. And it was only about 10 months ago, so I know that this is really still, this language is all still very fresh and we haven't had a ton of time to, but even what you've developed in place. So I just wanted Tracy to, at least to have it on record and to remind us of all of the things that we did, you all did kind of talk about in 24. Well, some of us, quite a few of us were there right till the end and doing lots of math. Mark, I remember you and I passed the different sheets back and forth. And the reason I kind of highlight that is really we have this shared appreciation for opportunities to collaborate. And we also were trying to do everything we could to repurpose time, not take time, not give time, but how can we repurpose time that was available and use it differently towards a shared goal around collaboration, which was all the math back and forth and some of the interesting nuances in the contract language in terms of trying to account for that time. And so that really was a focus of the conversation. We have seen some real bright spots in terms of how the collaboration time is being used. And we still know there's some places where it's a little bit rocky and we're still working on kind of strengthening that, but we value the collaboration. There was lots of conversation. The last bargain took 18 some odd months. And Article 24 is always at the heart of, maybe not at the heart of the negotiation, but it is a key article. It is the article really for us. And so we've spent a lot of time really working on that in the last session and looking at where there were times for us that we could figure out something different to do with time. And we appreciate that that was kind of as you shared kind of about the why behind the 4-day instructional week, that was what we heard from you. We're trying to think differently about how to do time, which is why we did, and Angela did such a dig into like, is there something here that we can work with? And so, we recognize that, and we also just really value the work that we did not so long ago. And now we're about a year into implementation of that, and there's still some work to do, but we value the work last year and want to honor that as well, so.
And I will finish with, on that piece, when you weigh the costs and benefits, you know, we really don't believe that the impacts on student achievement are worth that balance. I mean, from what I've read in the research, we are all about students, and we're all about student achievement, and when anything is showing that this is going to take student achievement down, I think that's something that we have to consider.
We can acknowledge that the models that they studied were different than our model.
Correct, their models were, extending the 4 days, to be longer.
10 kind of model.
Like up over 10, I think the average, increase was about an hour, for each of those 4 days, so those were definitely different. Or adding days to the school year and not having school on Fridays at all, but adding days to the beginning or the end of the school year, so I think.
They did not have an increase in PD or preparation time.
Nobody worked Friday.
Nobody worked Friday, but I can't speak to what they did on those extra times on those other 4 days. Whether they had, PD time at the end of the day, I just know that their school days were extended. And I know Shonda, you read a lot too. Do you remember anything that you were?
The key piece that stood out of the differences was the extension on to the beginning or end of the school year, and then the longer days. I don't remember.
There were districts, I believe, that had the, hey, kiddos who need more help can come on Fridays or that extra day. And that was strong, maybe in that first half of the year, the first year, but then over time, students stopped coming. There was no students that would, show up for that extra, time. So it ended up just being a day that no students attended, but it was counted as a student.
I believe that goes as the student model, because they
Yes.
were by invite only. And then,
Yeah, that
on
was true,
Fridays,
yeah. So as Decatur does have a Friday day where it's not off, but students by personal invite could be invited to come to school on Fridays to get special help of some sort. Yeah, and so I think there'll still be a transportation issue, there's lots of other things that
I'm just kind of curious, and I would just ask them on here. With Cyrus and Mark, was Centennial looking into this and putting feelers out?
And they just
To the
changed to their,
community.
that 7-period rotating thing, like 2 years ago. Like when we were doing our research, they were just shifting to a different kind of schedule. It wasn't a block. I think it was the drop period.
Speaking of colleagues in Centennial, the district has been putting feelers out about what it's really important.
So kind of community engagement, kind of.
Yeah, so I was just curious, like, on the administrative end, if you had heard or had anything on that regards. I haven't heard.
So did the district do any other research about any other creative schedules?
we were just looking at the proposal, and that's all I really had time for. For right now, that was a lot, but we can, if it's about, I mean, maybe that's a conversation we can have after this. Like, if it's really about time and getting more planning time or figuring out how to get, then I think that's a conversation that we need to kind of open up. But I just wanted to.
But I mean, it's also
I'm
about,
curious, was that the only?
it's also about meaningful time,
Right.
right? It's about taking time away from places that we feel that it's not meaningful and putting it in a place where it could be meaningful, right? So at high school specifically, getting away from the number of transitions, so we have less transitions, was a huge piece that we talked about when we were running our high school schedule committee. And it's been very, very well received by students. Talking with you about like the location of advisory, like on the master schedule, looking at attendance, right? Gresham High School, according to the newsletter my principal just sent out to families, we have less than 50% of students attending school 90% or more, right? Attendance is like absolutely bottoming out at high school right now. And a lot of it is because of our schedule. What's our worst attended period of the day? It's advisory period on Mondays, right? Far less than 50% attendance. I just ran it yesterday.
Where does that
So-
fall in the schedule?
Between second and third period. So it's not even up to lunch or anything. They're just, the kids are literally just walking out the door or just refusing to go to the class and just hanging out in the halls talking to each other, right? They don't see value in attending that class, right? So what we're talking about is a whole scale reboot of what do we do, like, how do we value time? Where do we put time? We have a lot of competing programs now, not only credit wise in high school, that's where my brain is always at, but also with, we know we've got elementary students that are grade levels behind, right? How do we help them to show those gains and improvements, right? They're gonna need time that looks different than the current models and systems. And we're tapped out. I mean, all like, whether, who owns a Wednesday and what are we doing? There's only so many of them, right? They're only 1 hour, like the time that we've been arguing about and fighting over in negotiations for the last 10+ years is the same time, right? In my mind, it's time to think differently about how we think about time, which is where this proposal came from, right? It genuinely came, and that's why we didn't spell out every minute of a full year, right? We just tried to think about it very generally, and we were like, hey, we're gonna give the district a bunch of time, and we're gonna give our teachers a bunch of time, and then we're gonna let everybody get together and figure out how best to do this, right? So it was very genuine, knowing we don't have all the answers, but gosh, look at how much time we could net by making this change, right? And our first concern was obviously instructional hours, right? And the numbers that we ran showed it could work. We could meet the high school instructional minutes. It would require relatively long block periods. It would not be 83-minute block periods like the old block schedule we had prior to 2012. It would require block periods that are a little more like 90, 92, something like that. But again, you look around at other districts that have block periods, 90 or 92 minutes is not crazy talk for a block period time, right? We're not talking about 100 and some odd, you know what I mean? So it was like, oh, we think maybe this might actually work, right? So we spent a lot of time talking about it and putting forth a proposal. It wasn't just an idea that somebody thought of, but we just threw it out there to see what would happen, right?
And we're not.
And I'm not saying that you are either, right? But like that's mentally like where we are coming from. We only have so much time, and it seems like the list of things that we need to do continues to grow, right? The list of needs that students have continues to increase. The list of PD and work our teachers and our classified staff and our administrative staff all need to do continues to grow. And when we're in classrooms or when we have students in our buildings, we can't do any of that, right? We have to attend to them. So the logical thought was, how can we create some time when students aren't there so we can do work to prepare for when they are there?
Was there conversation about the loss of instructional time to K-8? Cause
Yeah.
there's no time made up.
It was a big
there, so
concern.
I mean, that would be
It was a big concern from the elementary members of our team.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
Well, and I do want to acknowledge that not only was there a bargaining session before, there was also the bell schedule committee. So like when I saw your proposal, I was like, well, regardless of whether I agree with it or not, regardless of whether my math adds up to your math, I do appreciate the like out of the box, we're trying to come up with a way to get us to a block schedule, right? Because that
away
was,
from the
that was the
transition.
bittersweet element of that committee,
Yeah.
was that it was like a block schedule has a ton of positives to it.
Yeah.
The glaring disadvantage to it is the price tag.
Correct.
Right? So
Awareness,
I think that's important to acknowledge too, that it also does, there are instructional benefits of a block schedule in general. I'm not talking about not having school on Fridays, I'm just talking about of a block schedule.
And just the last thing I want to toss out there is, from collaboration grant days, best practices around PD and collaboration both is consistent extended blocks of time. Right, and so like high schools right now have an hour, and middle schools, we have 80 minutes, and, you know, I'm like, okay, so in 15 minutes, I can get my copies going so that I can be ready for class. I mean, it's something you think about while you're in
Yeah.
PD, that I've got kids coming, and with those Fridays, you don't, right? And so just that mindset framing in an extended period of time really helps people focus on what it is we should be focusing on these Fridays. If you want to.
Yeah, and I appreciate, Cyrus, what you're saying, because as somebody who's bargained this contract so many times, in Article 24, so many times, it's like we hammer on the same things every time. And I'm sure you guys feel like this, you get done with the bargain, and I always feel like there is not any more time that hasn't been picked over in this article, like repeatedly, you know, and so when we come into the bargain, it's like, well, I guess we could try on some of the proposals we've brought here before and have not been successful. And that's why you see us, we largely came in with current contract language, because it was a reflection of the fact that we had just gotten done with the bargain. And it felt like this article was so just churned over. So I appreciate that you guys brought something different. I really do. And I even asked Angela, I said, hey, I don't want, like, I have such preconceived notions about Article 24 from my experience with it. I said, I like having a fresh set of eyes, because I don't want it just to be like, oh yeah, we've tried that before, we've heard that before. It's a very hard article to bargain in its current form, because it's the same buckets of time that we argue about every single time. So I get it, that conversation is exhausting. So I do appreciate something new coming to the table, and I hope that, I mean, we actually looked at it. I mean, it wasn't like we reject this out of hand. I have to confess, my initial reaction was like, oh, 4-day school week, like, yeah, right. And then I'm like, well, why am I having that knee-jerk reaction, you know? And then you did a lot of, I mean, several of you guys did a lot of reading into it, to try and get over that first initial kind of sticker shock of, or not sticker shock, but shock of like, that's a monumental shift in philosophy, right? So can we look at it and see what would be the benefits, the pros of the content, cons, and so forth? So.
Well, and likewise with the class or the schedule keeps going back to that work, you know, have it all right here, you know, looking at, so how many teachers was it, you know? And where can we get 25 more teachers for high school, right? And from where, right? We're gonna pull for elementary and middle, can't really do that. We saw what's happening with our ending fund balance, like, it's just like all these, like, things that, you know, and I don't know, sometimes it feels kind of hopeless, like, I don't know how to solve the problem. But I also want to go back to the other piece of this is that community input into, if we're making some kind of wholesale change like this isn't that's not a bargaining thing to happen, or shouldn't be driven by that. It really should be a much broader community kind of engagement piece. And Chris, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but even you just saying like Centennial's putting feelers out there to kind of see what the response to that would be. We haven't done any of that kind of work in terms of engaging our families around what that might even look like or what the impacts might be for them.
We did a lot of engagement with our members, and not necessarily specific to 4-day instructional week, but just like, hey, how do you feel about the current setup that's going on? Would you like something different, right? Do you think something, and it was like wholesale, like, yes, something needs to change, right? We cannot keep doing the same thing that we're doing.
Yeah.
We're not gonna continue to see growth and improve results by just keep doing the same thing we've been doing since 2012. It's like we've squeezed it as hard as we can. There's nothing left, right? We've got everything out of it that we can get out of it,
On
right?
the student achievement piece, I think
Yep.
that's what we're all looking for, is how do we increase student achievement? And looking at these, it was pretty disappointing to see that the student achievement wasn't there
Sure.
in the results. So if there's something else that we can, like you said, thinking about what are some other pieces where we can see some positive student achievement.
I think
So
one.
Go ahead. So we did bring this up briefly to the board because, many of our board members have not been around, their kids haven't been in Bloxton before. They haven't been in some of
Haven't
the,
experienced it.
they haven't,
Yeah.
they haven't. And so, you know, I'll do a little bit of personal and then the bigger picture. I had kids in high school, one had block schedule, one didn't.
Mm.
I love block schedule for her. Block schedule to me and to the conversation that we had with the board was a different conversation than minutes and time and the work week. We all did watch, as board members, as Oregon School Board Association members, when Corbett went to their shortened week. And theirs was heavily driven by money and building space. They were having to do things very differently. And we watched how it did impact their community in terms of with the Fridays available to them, what did they do with the kids? So it did have added cost with classified employees that were coming in. And I think what Tracy is saying, the one thing that the board said was, how do we engage our community? Because we're still barely coming back out of, and I'm not sure when we'll stop saying, and COVID caused these changes. But we're still reacting to a lot of the things that happened, that we saw what happened when students weren't supervised. When students were expected to be under the care of someone that was not the best care environment for them. And so looking at a change at this point, it's kind of like what, you know, Brian and Angela have already said. I'm really thrilled that we're looking at how could we do this differently? I'm not sure that this today, this time is when, but I also don't want it to be one of those, well, we're not gonna look at it today, not gonna look at it tomorrow, we're not gonna look at, you know, at some point there is, but it's a bigger conversation than right here, because it does have a huge, far bigger community impact. And because of what we saw with COVID, that we made a lot of assumptions about how kids could have support, things going on, things with their family, that it's still not back. There's a new normal. I'm not gonna say it's going back to normal because there's no going back. It's what's the new normal. So with all of that, I definitely understood what you were talking about with the high school. We've heard about the advisory period, we've heard about passing time. Certainly the board has heard about some of that disruption that's up at the high school. We also look at, we've been getting stronger in providing opportunities for kids in terms of, in particular, high school, middle school, co-curricular activities. That has become really a focus of what's part of their social emotional learning with co-curricular. How does a Friday schedule affect that? How does attendance and being able to get there with it? So it again is a bigger than this and would warrant, I think, a larger conversation with some good time periods on it. Not again that we'll look at it someday. Well, when is that someday? It just doesn't feel like it's right here in this to hold up this component. So those are my sort of short, like I said, we had a brief conversation with the board and most of them don't have kids and they have a couple of kids in high school. Most of them are not. And most of them are in the smaller buildings as well, in their elementary and middle schools. So they haven't quite gotten all of that yet. And they're also coming from a position of privilege. They have someone who's available to take their kids to and from. They have someone who's available to grab the neighborhood kids. And so it's just a little bit different environment that they're seeing through their lens as well. So with all of that, I'm gonna kind of follow the camp that Tracy and Angela, and I did appreciate all of the work that Angela did looking at the other schools that have done similar things in our area as well. Corbett, we the one we've all looked at over and over again. And some pluses, some minuses, they have to spend more money in the end.
I was just gonna say about the, attendance piece, I wonder about, you know, at the elementary level, we do have a lot of students whose achievement concerns are tied to attendance. Right, and we have a lot of students who take 3-day weekends, and that's, you know, that's whatever the reason is, right? So I guess my wondering is, what is the reason and how can we address that? Would this help address that? You know, you mentioned in rural communities where people take the whole day because they have to go to a doctor's appointment, it doesn't necessarily take the whole day, but that's what happens, right, because of transportation. And anecdotally, that's something that I've noticed with families at the elementary level as well, even if it doesn't necessarily take the whole day, even if that doctor's office is close by, they are often taking the whole, you know, they keep the kids home for the whole day. And I'm wondering, again, that's anecdotal, right? I don't have numbers to back that up, but I'm curious, right? What are the reasons why we have families, and students who are frequently absent on Fridays or frequently absent on Mondays? What's the reason? right? And what is a way that we can address that? Because right now, when they miss that day, they're missing 20%.
Yep.
And I think that's another piece that we were thinking about when we have large portion of our community that is doing that for whatever their reason is, right? What if that, if they missed that Friday now, they wouldn't be missing instruction.
Would they miss Thursdays then?
Right, I don't know.
Not 4 days, I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
anecdotal as well.
And I'm not saying that.
Depending on the reason, no, I'm not.
I was wondering, right, like, what are, and that's that community outreach piece of what is the reason, right, and how can we address that and, again, being creative, not only with our time as educators, but with the needs for, that our families have for how they use their time.
I'm sure. Was there an attendance committee of sorts at some point in this?
There is actively.
There is actively attendance. So maybe that's a place to look and see what.
PowerPoint of the.
Okay, great. Looks like we have somebody who has that answer then. So.
There's a lot of work around attendance happening, and it's not just us, right? It's
It's
nationwide.
it's the lingering pandemic of attendance.
Well, and changing priorities, changing perspectives, frustration with the school system, right? Like lots of different things that kind of think we're working against or with to try to change that.
For sure.
We're noting too that our academic scores reading and that they're going down and they're able to, right? So I mean, that's already happening. And that's kind of what's motivating us as well. I mean, that's what our common interest is. How do we address that? What can we do creatively to,
And letting go of like OSAS, right? And looking at growth, like getting back to where we're seeing growth, because we are seeing growth in our district. Might not be on that test and who's passing it, right? But we are seeing growth, our recovery. So.
We've got a lot more pages, like somebody said, that's only on page 2.
We've been at it for an hour.
It's only 9.
That's why we let everybody eat before we start.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
So
Plenty of coffee.
moving on to page 4, and I think Donna's gonna take.
A2.
Yes.
And it's pretty straightforward. We're keeping that language about full day grading as being able to be performed remotely. And not agreeing to the half day right now. There's PD that generally happens on a half day, so
Right.
that's.
People wouldn't be excused for PD.
Right, so then it gets difficult with,
Can you explain?
Go ahead, Tracy, take this one.
I'm unclear.
Right.
So I'm just, why?
So concerned with like half day PD, and then there's some transitioning is Tracy's word to then grading is that day. What would be lost there in the transition? We were doing that, so that's just the reasoning why we.
So lost work time as they transition from PD to whatever their grading site would be.
Or from home to PD.
Yeah, bigger chance of.
PD's in the afternoon.
If PD is in the afternoon.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes we need to split it for different levels and different things. Our practice has been that it's a full day training the last couple of years that we had a lot.
Correct, which is why we brought the line.
Not
About the half day.
That's an addition, yeah.
Is there a reason that the conference day is not not struck? We put it in because we have that 8-hour conference day and that half day conference day that we put in, that you guys struck,
The language we were discussing this morning.
right?
Say that again?
So there is no conference day prep,
Right.
and yet you have included.
What do you
conference
mean?
day. There is no conference day prep.
It's all just called grading.
Correct. So current contract, we put conference day prep back in there in our proposal, but it doesn't exist in current contract.
Or in any of the districts.
Yeah, I think
Or in any other district.
I think that's.
If you caucus, that's fine. Or you could just agree to our previous language.
Yeah, either way.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
So full day grading may be performed remotely by members.
Okay.
And this is already happening, right?
Yeah, by principal or district choice, yeah.
I think there's an MOU that about working, it's in several MOUs that you can choose where you'd like to do your.
But those have been specific to specific.
I don't believe those
There has
still
not,
have to.
yeah, there has
They're
not
not
been,
active. They're
I
not
think it is, I would say that what they're saying is accurate, it's really been a building by building.
Yeah, it would become a right now, not a liability decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Bring Mm-hmm.
My notes say to go to 8:10, but
There's
I
like
see
three.
language in, right,
Three at the bottom of page 4.
so those ones.
Going back to
assignments
original
are-
language. I'll take it. It's not too hard. Going back to original. So not agreeing to the adding $75,000. I think we had some conversation around that. If anybody wants to remind me what that was, and I think it was more around like control of the site council and what folks do with that, and if that's a building.
I think it's the perception of what an increase in that specific thing would do for a building. Is it,
I can answer that.
okay,
So a lot of a lot of the money for site council, right, is restricted to paying people time, right, as opposed to buying things, right? Well, the cost of a person's hour has gone up significantly. That number has stayed the same for over 20 years. So what it buys in terms of numbers of hours for people and departments, it doesn't buy the same thing anymore. Right? For the science department 20 years ago, we could take our $850 at Gresham High School Science Department and we could all meet as a department for a couple of hours. Now, we can all meet for 1 hour. Or a couple of people can meet for a couple of hours and then the money's gone, right? Because I used to get paid $30 an hour and now I get paid $60 an hour, right? As the cost of paying people has increased, this number has never changed. So that's why I doubled it.
Is it the sole source of funds for those site
Yes,
councils?
it is.
That they don't come from anywhere else?
No.
for site council, yes, but there are so many new pots of money. I think about Measure 98 release time, like there's a lot of different.
For the standard core content teacher, this is it.
Yeah.
You've got your $800 for your department for the year. That is it. And you can't buy stuff. You can only pay people to do work.
So that,
Right?
so is that
So-
true at other sites besides Gresham? Because that's not how
Site
elementary.
high
is.
school- high school.
Decide how to use the money.
Agreed,
Yes.
but it's not necessarily exactly what you're describing.
No,
That's how
each site
high
comes
school.
together.
I assume Barlow has the same as Gresham.
I mean, that, the way you described it matches my understanding, which even, even the budget office has told me
Yep.
it's very strict.
Very
in
narrow.
terms of how it can be used,
Yes.
it needs to be ATTW
Yep.
for curriculum development.
Yep.
Right, and so you're right, over
It just doesn't
time,
go as
it
far.
doesn't go as far.
Mhm.
So that,
That's why we proposed an increase.
I-
We're just trying to get back to being able to give people time instead of only having a very limited amount of time because the cost of somebody's ATTW is a lot higher than it used to be. So-
Elementary and middle has used this time to do the district required benchmark score. So that's been a big piece that we've spent the same money on.
And I would say elementaries have had the practice also of oftentimes using it for subs.
Sure.
Does it matter?
Definitely goes farther in subs, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
No, not elementary.
Well, we're still at 6. Oh,
I like.
Page 5.
I believe you
Yeah,
can store all the way to 6 feet. All of that out.
Let's keep-
Oh, are we still on eight?
those were, shoot, that's why it was.
Maybe I wrote it down wrong, sorry.
It's okay.
Go as far as you want.
So my understanding of 6B is this would require an establishment of a mentor program. And so maybe we just need to know more about that and the connection as far as committing the district to a specific type of mentor program or.
Just me.
Well, they serve two different purposes, right? So you've got your mentor program with your floating mentor coach who is serving a number of folks, right? All in similar grade levels or similar subject areas, right? They're going between buildings. They're meeting with people regularly. They've got evening events if you're a new member, evening events that you're attending, right? And then we have just the standard building level mentor, which is your fellow teacher across the hall, your fellow team teacher at elementary or middle school, right? And there's a very limited number of hours, I believe it's 8, maybe it's 10, it's in Article 22, that that individual gets paid over the course of the entire year to basically be their sounding board and help for in that building level things, right? Not district level things necessarily, not big picture curriculum level things or what's best instruction, because when I'm teaching, they're teaching as well, so it's difficult to observe them. That's where the coach comes in. But how do I handle this in this building? How do I handle that in this building? And that level of essentially like peer-to-peer coaching, AKA mentors, existed forever. And then ODE brought in this grant and said, hey, here's some free money if you want to establish this larger district mentor program. And we said, okay, let's sign up for that. And then that kind of took over. The grant money went away and now the district's still funding it. But the other mentor program never resurfaced. It basically got shelved and it's remained shelved for 7 or 8 years. I mean, it's not forever, but it's quite a long time.
Essentially, those two things kind of traded, right?
I mean, in terms of, this was the only mentor program, right? And now, yes, right? Now that other one is the only mentor program. There was a short period of time that they both existed together. So what we would like is them both to exist together. We feel that they serve different purposes. And Article 22 does a great job of laying out what that program looks like and what the cost would be associated with it and so on and so forth. Right.
And we're not bringing 22 back today, but I think that the, putting that B back in here kind of gives you a little foreshadowing of what we think that 22 is gonna be. Putting it. What?
We won't be surprised.
Don't be, don't like surprises, but that's why
Okay.
that is a structure and it's connected, yeah, that's why it seems like it's not connected, but it's back.
And then D was, our proposal that increased to $35 now.
I thought when we looked at that, that was slightly more than MA1,
It is.
so hourly rate for MA1.
And there was conversation around this, I think.
Yeah, tell me if I'm right, Mark, I thought that's what
It's 34 something is MA1, 34.16.
And the, some of the rationale behind making it a solid number rather than a range or whatever. And it's getting late, just to be honest.
Percentage.
The work.
Salary schedule tied. Okay.
That the work is, I think we had a problem with like someone getting paid more on the same team for doing.
That's what we said.
Like, if we're all redoing the curriculum, on the curriculum team, we roughly thought that with someone.
That's what happens when you're paid, you know where you're going, we'll get paid more.
Yeah, this was an ATTW.
No, but we're having to, I mean, HTW really has been a thing that was kind of new with ESSER and additional funds that we have. So as we move back towards, we need to utilize this language. We picked kind of middle of the road. It's a bit higher than the MA1, but not as high as the MA plus 23. And 35 is what we also propose for psych counselor.
But the foundation of our salary schedule is that we pay experienced people more than less experienced people because of their experience. So doesn't the same apply to this work? So when you have someone working on a committee, they're bringing all of their experience with them.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of districts maintain a curriculum rate, you know, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the theory that serving in that capacity, people end up getting paid the same amount, unlike your day-to-day teaching where you get paid, you know, based on your experience and education, I suppose, because there's less variance in the work. I don't know. But that has typically been the case, a curriculum rate used for things like curriculum development or going through optional training where you get paid. Oftentimes it's at that curriculum rate. But you're right, the salary schedule is built on, everybody doesn't get paid the exact same. Agreed. What was my math, Mark? Was it?
Worked out.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I would have raised my hand earlier. Did not.
Oh, yeah. I imagine you.
Cleared
would
your throat to get attention.
You would have let me know what it's for.
All right, good.
It's equal to MA
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
which is, remember, we have this whole floating schedule, so they're the middle.
And then A8, just keeping the 60 calendar days versus working days for notifying structure of the workday.
Can I go back? I'm still not clear about because the current contract is equal BA step 1. And as salaries increase, as we have cost of living increases, that naturally moves this payment up, right? But now we're setting a solid dollar amount. That payment's not going to increase.
Only
So-
through bargaining.
Our initial proposal, we changed to step 2, but we had missed it in the document because we wanted it to align with the other BA step 2s that are in the contract, so it was BA step 2. So us doing $35 is in response to where your like different steps fall to kind of go above average or above middle on kind of what you had proposed. So that, we had BA step 2, so that's just our response to you.
Thank you.
Hey, we're all in this together trying to figure out. We want each other.
The structure of the workday language, we're not. I think the intent was just to basically keep current language, but then as we looked at measuring time by 2 months, it was a somewhat inexact measure, so we use 60 calendar days, and it's easier to.
So you like calendar days instead of working days?
It's obviously there's a shorter period of time, right?
60 calendar days is a shorter period.
Yeah, I don't remember when we've ever utilized this. I don't know if Mark or if somebody remembers where we've ever. There's been times we've proposed to delete this because we didn't really know what it meant, or.
I'm gonna smile and say, we started it with the advisory implementation. And then cut it off after, but that was a change in the structure of the workday that we started that process. And that's the one time that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Well, we changed the high school schedule,
And
middle
I-
school schedules in 2012,
Okay.
right? But we all saw that coming,
Will work.
the
Yeah.
budget crunch, so.
Right? And then finishing up with A, we agree with your change to language from his word to there. Back to this A. Let me see.
I might have meant 85 and 7.
Well, it's B 1, 2, 3.
Brian and Sean.
About Brian and Sean.
Is there anybody that else?
Yeah.
We'll try to build them back.
Yeah, I think
It's pretty active.
for prep time, we're essentially proposing current language. It seemed like my recollection of your presentation was that some of your changes in prep time were tied to a new proposed schedule. So having not picked that up, we left. I wanted to speak specifically in the paragraph about elementary teachers, the 25 minutes of preparation time during the student day. There are some schools that run a special that is less than 30 minutes. So that's our problem with increasing that block of time beyond the 25.
The number to go, the number we run a day.
The
The
number
number
of special.
and the 25, and.
And, yeah, the 25.
Big one. Do you know how many schools that are under 40?
I think it's about half.
Yeah,
It's half.
But there were various gradients, right? There were some at 40, some at 30, some at 25, or is it
Tends
only
to be 40 or
40 or 25?
some way to get into 40.
Goes back to our original proposed language,
Not all.
not all.
With the addition of that language for high school, up to 4 times per year, scheduling will necessitate the loss of the daily prep period.
Right, that was in our original proposal.
Just again, from my understanding at the high school, what do you envision scheduling? And this is that, what do you mean by scheduling at the high school?
Well, this is a tough one because I'm not exactly sure what Barlow and Gresham might have in mind, but like what I could see could be like, let's say you did a career day or something.
Those special
Something very
school-wide-
unique. Yeah, I mean, to me, 4 might be a challenge for Gresham, I mean, because the reality is it's a huge administrative lift.
Doesn't have a 4.
It wouldn't have now, so I
1
think.
and 2.
So the idea, the goal was to match middle school language, right? Because it says 4 in middle school, but like realistically, I can't imagine them doing 4, or at least not right off the bat. I mean, I don't have 4 off the top of my head.
Well, what's the Barlow Day they do every other year?
Career day?
They do their spring, they do their like spring
Spring
fest.
meetings, spring
Spring
fest,
fest.
that kind
It's
of
those
stuff.
kind of community building, SEL, some sort of, or careers, but again, yeah, those would be the types of things.
Thank you.
Was there any discussion about engaging in the block schedule conversation in high school? Because I see struck the language.
We just come back to cost. I mean, it sounds like you guys have had efforts or schedule committees that have
Multiple times.
preferred that as a schedule. So it comes back to that one slide that said our projection of approximately 9 extra FTE at each of those buildings. So that's our struggle. What's that?
Plus our other programs, Ryan School, right? I mean,
And the smaller the school, the more impact it's gonna have on, as a proportion and as a ratio, the additional FTE will need, because you have some simple things. Those 0.17s, you have more chameleon type positions you're trying to figure out.
You can find someone who's licensed in there.
just.
Pull my hair out just to like
elementary
find
teachers.
two content areas.
And I think this is gotta be back to them.
Yeah, okay. We're on yeah. So this was pretty much going back, I believe, to contact language, but we're separating out IEP and 504. The 504 would be covered in 6. So 5 related to IEP case managers. I think there was, I think, and so I would like more clarification, that the idea was to put member directed case management, was to specify that more. Case management, the definition of case management is it's member directed. So it's maybe extra language. I think IEP and mandated documents, we don't want to limit, case management's more than documents.
Yep.
Case management's phone calls,
Oh, yeah.
collaborating with teachers, it might be pushing
That's
into
it.
classrooms, like, it's a lot of things. So
Data gathering.
Yeah.
right, so I don't know that we really want to define what case management is in this location. But member directed is what it should be. That's what it is. And for C, it's the same thing. That should be protected time just as much as any other prep time. If that's not happening, that's a discussion that could happen. And then, so if that part makes sense, or
Yeah, so if member directed is what it should be, what's the harm in having that clarification? And because here's the concern, there are the behavioral things that happen and special ed teachers serving kids during that time. So like, and then not actually having a case management time. So we want to protect it because we want teachers to have dedicated time. It's such a big piece for compliance. And I know you talked about E and things like that. So I mean, can you help me understand why you would not want member directed to be there?
And is there any other input for that language, other than that piece as it's being redundant?
You know, I thought our discussion was that that's what it was.
Are there examples of like?
Yes.
And then what, is there other language in the contract that helps protect that person?
I mean-
I think, you know what, this is my case management
This,
time.
I mean, so this goes back to the scheduling conversation we were having about counselors.
Right, for sure.
Right, I mean, teachers as a general rule, like if a kid is blowing up, we're not real good at saying, no. Can you help? No, it is my protected time right now. I mean, that's just not something that teachers do. Right, and so that line gets blurrier and blurrier and blurrier the longer someone has been in a position. Right, and so eventually it comes down to no one thinks twice about sending a kid to someone's room during their lunchtime because that kid is blowing it. No one thinks twice about asking someone to do something because they're having trouble supervising lunch. So can we get that person in there to help? And so all of these pieces that we're trying to stick in there are just for clarity to make it easier for both sides to go, no, I can't do that because it's member directed time right now. So it's already there and it's already established that these things are. But if I look at an elementary sped teacher or an elementary counselor or many other positions, they're not, it's not as easily as enforceable as I would like.
We can talk.
Yeah.
We thought, we don't have a disagreement about
Yeah.
whether it's member directed or not.
Okay,
And if there's an agreement too, just like any chance we can increase clarity, I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be really helpful
Yeah.
for all parties. So.
And my hope is that it would. Is adding that language going to help change
Right,
practice?
change-
You know what I'm
change that
saying? It's like
behavior.
just because
Because we have
if you
it.
say,
member
right,
directed
if they're
is-
saying, oh, you know what, I don't wanna be the one to say, no, it's not my, it's my case management time. But now they'll say, it's my member directed case management. I mean, would they become more confident saying that?
I think so, and especially our new
I-
members, and I've been in the district for a long time, I know special ed teachers who would go up to their car because they kept getting
Yeah.
phone calls from people during their case management time, hey, this kid's blowing out, or things like that. So they would actually go take that time in their car and work on their own, you know what I mean, so, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So that time needs to be.
And then I wanna
really
just
protected.
say too, that there's if we have language somewhere around, member directed prep time or member directed protected time, maybe this is the place, that's the place where we add, including case management or something like that, you know, so, but.
The other challenge that it's suddenly dawning on me, that we were concerned with both A, B, and C is that case management can also include things like observations, can include things like testing. And in those situations, you could be theoretically supervising someone. So maybe this is just an area where we need to wordsmith it a little more.
But by their choice.
Well, it is by their choice, but those are things that they also are part of their job description, right? And there's not a lot of other places in their day that they could do that if they've got to do it during the instructional day. You know what I mean?
Right, you know, our
But,
special ed teachers don't have to do the standardized testing, fortunately, that's a good thing, that, you know, the A&E, has that in this district. But, I mean, I just think having the teachers having the ability to determine, because they know what they need, you know, they know their caseload, and they know kind of like what their priorities are, and to be able to direct that is really important.
I think that's more about why we felt like C needed to be struck.
Exactly, that's
More than
that's
it
one
is
of the-
about member directed in A and B, I think is less of a concern to us than C.
Correct.
Being stated there as something that makes someone feel limited in what they can do at that time.
But do you feel like you would want your special ed teacher to be supervising students during the case management time?
No, but if they're
They were
one-on-one with the kid,
observing
they are.
or testing a kid.
Observing or testing is not supervising. So if I read this language as grievance chair,
I disagree with that.
you cannot be supervising a student during your preparation time. It's not preparation time if you're supervising a student.
I'm talking about the case management time.
Well, but I'm just saying, you cannot supervise a student and it count as preparation time. I would say you cannot supervise a student and it count as case management.
So if
It's certainly, you cannot be supervising a student doing her duty free lunch.
I agree with that.
I'm confused, honestly, about the broad definition of case management that's being presented here, and I think I would need substantial enough clarification about what that entails, because some of the things that were described sound like things that an administrator can tell you to do.
Correct.
Push into a classroom is one of the things that Donna mentioned, so, an administrator could say, I need you to push into this classroom to case manage the student, like that's, and then that's not, that's not.
Not
your case
member
management.
I think it's here, like Mark, to your point of like, if I have my case management time, I'm needing to assess Donna. Donna's 8 years old. We are both together. I am supervising Donna while we're doing that assessment. I'm responsible for what Donna's doing in that moment in order to complete that assessment.
So again, for me, intent is a big part of this as well. And when I see the word supervise, what I see is, Donna, I need you to go to Tracy's room right now. You be there. Right? Someone else is telling them to go and I'm supervising that kid.
Right.
If I'm like, I gotta go test this kid, and I pull a kid out and I'm testing them, because that's what I need to do right now. I understand that maybe legally or officially I'm supervising that student, but at the same time, for me in my head, I'm not. I understand that thing, and maybe that's just a point of clarity that we need to get to, but maybe
Because then when you're-
legally I'm supervising them
Because then when you're done testing that student, you take them back.
back and I'll take it.
I think the
And no one
difference,
assign
You
them.
don't want some.
we say, I think the difference is just sort of the intent of the interactions, and because like there are interactions where it's like the intent is just for the staff member to supervise that student. And like, they're not testing, they're not necessarily data collecting, it's just like, we need someone to have eyes on this student, make sure that student is staying safe.
Yeah, so that's.
Whereas there are those situations where there is implied supervision of the student because you are the sole person working with that student.
Right.
I think I'm understanding too that there's a clear distinction between case management versus instructional time. So I think we agree that it's not instructional time. Am I right about that? And just kind of another side note about that. So at the high school, if our caseloads are, they usually have around 40 minutes, right? Our period, instructional period for case management is about the same. So that's 1 minute per student per day. Or if you think about it weekly, that's 5 minutes per student per week. So we're already talking about a very significant, deficient, insufficient amount of time to accomplish the simple paperwork that needs to happen. In addition, the district has made a decision to reduce some of that support that was previously provided by an IP writing team. So, I mean, that actual paperwork time, the workload is increasing for our special ed members. So like, we need to protect that time. We need our special ed teachers to have more time, but at a minimum, the time that we already have, that 1 period per day, 24 minutes at the elementary level, right? That needs to be protected and designated. I don't know how we can.
in agreement.
I feel like
Okay,
we all-
they need to be able to do what they need to do during this
I
time.
feel
Okay,
like we
thank you.
get it, and
Thank you.
we
Yeah.
don't disagree with that.
That's
I
right.
also think at the high school level, to me, if they're covering a class, that automatically, it's like they're getting the sub pay for it, like, maybe at the high school, there's just more, there's more checks and balances in place, but like at the point where you're covering a class, that teacher has agreed to cover it for
Kids
ATTW, right?
blow out, I think, in general, less at high school than at elementary. Or they blow out in different ways.
Yeah. Yeah.
A blowout at high school takes a lot.
No,
longer
you do.
to Deal with than.
Cyrus and I were talking, and I had an
Okay,
epiphany.
okay.
So I think on that supervision piece, again, like you said, right, like if I'm going in a test or something like that, because I want to, that's fine. If an administrator sends a kid to me and says, watch them, that's not fine.
It's
So
not.
we were talking about what's like an easy way to put that into language, and we came up with, and I apologize in advance for my snarkiness, I've had lots of diagnosis. We came up with, member directed. I'll just stop there. Yeah, thank you.
One more really quick comment.
I think that's all.
Yeah, one more quick comment. I mean, ideally, case management would be very precisely operationally defined, right? So that there's no, that it's clearly defined, but like in our prior bargaining session, I read But the whole, I went through all of those things that happened during case management time, the several pages where they take over 5 minutes just to read through. But I really wanted to prove that point of how extensive case management is. So I feel like, I'm hoping we'll be okay with these 2 words member directed, just to at least give a little bit more clarity.
Okay.
And Mark, to your Pepsi snarkiness, are you saying that if member directed word A and B, then C isn't necessary? Because that is just redundant, right?
Yes.
So we don't need all of it. We don't need
Correct.
all of it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's your proposal.
so I think we're very close, so maybe we're on the same page. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I really think we're on the same page.
Yeah.
We still got several pages to go.
We're on page 10. We're on the same.
We're making it through.
Page 10.
Yeah, let's go on, yeah, page 10, there.
Yeah, so we believe that 504 case managers have access to case management time and or ATTW as needed. And what's difficult, I believe, is that it's not apples to apples in every school. So to just, some schools have very few 504s that they have to do, and some have much larger. And so coming up with language that covers all of that, I think is important. And I don't know, a question that I had was this establishment of a fund so as to not reduce building level funds. I don't know that it quite matters contractually where the funds are coming from.
So it was to address your exact point, right? Buildings have differing numbers of 504s.
Mhm.
So for, let's say, Shonda's building, if she has, say, 70 504s, and then let's say your building,
300.
not true. Let's say your building only has 20 504s, right? The workload for counselors in managing these 504s is gonna be dramatically different. So therefore the request and the need for ATTW, so the drain on her budget is gonna come much faster than his, right? So the purpose of not only that sentence, but that exact ending portion of that sentence was to ensure that the money is coming out of some line item on the district's budget or SSSO's budget, so it does not directly impact building level ATTW or principal level funds that they have, that they're doling out to programs and people for things. So we don't have that weird interaction of like, hey, so I know it's May, and you said you're pretty much out of money, but I got like 7 504s I gotta get done, like legally. I'm gonna need 10 hours ATTW, right? And then why did we do the bank of money? We did a similar thing about 7 years ago when we first changed to IEP writers and so on and so forth. So the idea was that we would the district would set aside on their budget, right, a line item, and we would run it for a full school year and see how it went. Right? And then, hey, and I'm just pulling a number out of thin air when I grab 100,000, maybe in reality it's 10,000. I don't know, right? But for at least that first time we run it with the purpose of seeing, so how many hours are people really using? What does the budget really need to be realistically? Hopefully this is enough money, and maybe talking together through negotiations, we can come up with a more accurate number. I was just guessing when we were writing this proposal, right? But that was the thought process that we went through.
But I think ideally, we want a counselor working with their administrator to see how it might work internally within a building, whether it's someone's helping cover, so
Sure.
someone can close their door and just get it done.
Sure.
But I also know that our counselors and principals know that they can reach out to Carla, who does oversee a counseling budget for the district. that
How's your
there is
budget
some
doing, Carla?
support,
Hi, Carla.
You know,
Oh, we're not gonna talk.
all
about
yours,
that.
Carla.
We're not gonna talk about that.
But I mean, that's how some of that gets
Yep.
worked through.
Right, so it's-
But ideally, it's being solved at the lowest level.
Sure,
Figure
it's
something out.
it's challenging, 'cause like the stories we hear, and we also know, especially for some of the new folks, that whole like, oh, I gotta go to my boss and like ask for paid time, like, maybe I'll just do the work. I'm not gonna be a problem, right? And then you got other people that are very vocal. So just trying to set a level playing field so that we don't have that type of interaction, but I do understand that yes, we don't want counselors not talking to their principals, especially when it comes to something like 504s. We just don't want it to be a barrier.
Well, and also with that, hopefully that administrators are able to be flexible, because one of the things that some of my counselors have said, when they do go and ask for case management time for their 504s, they're only presented the one option, and that is, you just need to take the release time and just do it at home or take ATTW, and that is not conducive, and it just piles more work up for counselors because they have their other responsibilities. And so they're looking for, can I shut my door and have, you know, please don't disturb me for 2 hours so I can get this work done, but that's not even an option that's being presented. It's like, you can do this on your own time and just put in that ATTW. And so that with some of that language up above, trying to include 504s into a little bit of case management time to do it at work.
Yeah, definitely trying to get folks time built into their day, their schedules, right? That K-8 language that we started this whole conversation about, right? It needs to be in their 8-hour workday, right? If counselors are expected to handle all 504s in the district, then that needs to be on their schedule, right? And that time needs to be protected so they can do that work. Just like special ed folks need to be able to manage IEPs. Well, they've got case management time, right? They're meeting the letter of the law, otherwise the district is liable. It's the same thing with 504s. So that's exactly why, thank you, Stacy, we included 504s up at the top 5. So the hope is, the dream is that nobody ever has to do any ATTW, right? And we have enough people and enough time that it all happens within the workday.
All right, so where are we? Number 4.
Page 11.
And it's end of 11,
End of
which is
3.
related to the block.
Yeah, so that's, the top is related to the block. And then the next one under 4, the challenge with having only 2 teaching assignments, one of which would include advisory, would be, and this is not just, it would be most magnified at a small school scale, but it would also be impacted even at the big high schools, is you'd end up with situations where you'd be having to, you'd have to cut FTE, like they would have to be part-time staff because you've only got a certain number of total FTE. And if they can only teach a maximum of 2 preps, you need to have all these part-time people to fit with this, because you can't necessarily have everybody full-time just doing 2 preps at the high school level.
And
And
for elementary, for the larger schools, same as we talked before, we're running more classes than 9.
And the cost of that would be we'd have to add a full-time lead teacher.
Or chunk.
Say that again.
Or chunk them out, right? So now you've got 2.5.
Right,
For the elementary.
which then changes the whole elementary model. Yeah.
Well, and the other piece that I ran into as a principal was the space. If you're trying to run only 9 classes and you have 2 PPs going on at the same time, we used to call it the cafeteria, right? So you put them in the cafeteria, you hold tables, or you find space out under the covered area to be able to run two PE classes at the same time to cover those things. So sometimes there's a space issue.
Other districts have
Easier.
implemented library, which has increased literacy. And placed that increased focus on, and it is an additional specialist within
Yeah.
the elementary sphere, which provides an additional time.
Yeah, we used to have library, and then you finding teacher librarian is, can be a struggle, or you have a classified person who's going to be a media assistant who's, doing lessons that are provided by a media licensed teacher to students during that time. And it's great for kids to be around books. It's not necessarily ideal to have the library being done by a media assistant, but
No.
that is absolutely
It's an option.
to have, it's an option.
We currently do have classes going.
I thought it had library, yeah.
That's currently, library music.
Yes. That's right.
Okay. Not our,
You know, and drama, art.
okay,
And the last part.
The counselors. So again, with this thinking, and this is definitely a good goal, the challenge is including, this is also about job description in some ways, and whether a job description is, if it's appropriate to have that in a bargaining agreement. There's also the idea of 20% or more of their contracted time spent on program planning and school support activities. That is so broad and so great that there's a lot of different things that could fall under that. I think this gets back to all the other discussions we've talked about in terms of scheduling and counselor time. And I'm the first to agree that I think counselors are the least likely to self-advocate for themselves and say, I need to close my door. I mean, I'm telling my counselors to do that all the time. It's like, do I have to lock you in there and lock them out? So you can't be meeting with them and trying to help them. So I do think, I see where the effort is coming from, but I think it's just the language of that, one, the bargaining agreement is not necessarily the best place, and two, the scope of what could fall under that is huge and could be lots of things. Anything others would add?
I think it's just, just sitting here thinking that different structure and flexibility. How do you have structure for protections and flexibility? So I think we've talked a lot about lots of pieces related to that.
So what about the final sentence?
My counselor is providing responsive services to address a student's immediate concerns and needs. Their roles shall be limited to counseling, consultation, and referrals. I guess I would have personally have a question about what was that trying to solve? What was the issue that was trying to solve?
Counselors are being assigned students. Students that blow out, counselor then makes students supervise that student.
supervise that blowout.
Extended periods of time.
What's some of the
Stops them from being able to do other things.
Got it. So is this mainly an elementary thing, or is this even like a high school? Is this a?
It might be high school, middle school too.
The direct examples I think of are elementary, where they've got a program put together, they've got a schedule, there's classrooms they're supposed to be pushing into, groups they're supposed to be running, so-and-so blows out, and now the counselor is one-on-one with that kid for the next 4 hours, right? And I know this is not necessarily happening at every school, but this is definitely happening at schools, plural, across the district right now, today. And because of these students and the way that the counselors are being utilized, it is essentially reducing their ability to implement their comprehensive school counseling program. And there's a handbook that is agreed upon between the counselors in the district that talks all about how they're supposed to be implementing a comprehensive school counseling program. That's where the 20% comes from. They do the annual calculation, but regardless of the number, right, and putting a value in the contract, I understand your trepidation around that. This final sentence is designed to get them back into the role of the counselor, as opposed to the role that an EA could be doing, following the kid around to make sure that they're not running out of traffic, right? Or a behavior TOSA could be doing, right? Get the counselor back doing counseling. When the kid is finally calmed down and they're ready to come in and they're ready to talk to the counselor, boom, counselor's there for them, right? Let's do it. Let's do the counseling, right? And that has a minimal impact. So like maybe they have to cancel one group or they miss going into one class because now they're going to spend a half an hour with that kid as opposed to spending 4+ hours with that student.
What are your thoughts on where de-escalation falls in that response? deep breathing. I mean,
It,
like, that's where my
it
brain
definitely,
goes.
so then again, like, I'm absolutely sure that would be part of like their curriculum, the counseling they would be doing with that student, right? But when that student is in that moment, right, when they're seeing red and their lid is flipped or whatever phrase you wanna use, that's not, right? Somebody's just supervising them to make sure that they're not harming themselves or someone else, right? And then once they come down to a level where now an adult is gonna work with that student, well, there you go, your counselor's ready for it, right? Well, you've got counselors with that student the entire time. So now that, from the student level, they're conflicted, they're confused, who is this person? Is this my counselor, or is this the person who puts me into a hole because I'm flipping chairs? Like what exactly is going on, right? So we're trying to clarify, but again, we're following the comprehensive school counseling guidebook. And I mean, that final sentence literally comes out of that book.
This is helpful for me to understand, because it seems like, again, it seems like it's also coming down to supervision, right? Like,
Sometimes.
because like I could see actually a flip scenario where the counselor actually is the perfect person to be there first, because they're able to de-escalate, but then they aren't necessarily the one that needs to sit with them for the next 3 hours.
Right.
Right? And
Yep.
so it's like, how do you then free the counselor up to go do other stuff?
Yep.
Because at that point, Johnny's fine and they just need some supervision and a safe place to hang out.
I think a lot of this comes back to our previous discussion around defining roles and defining schedules, right? It's all related. So in buildings that have a behavior TOSA, how is that workload shared and what is each person's responsibility? Because behavior TOSAs don't do instruction, right? The counselors are supposed to do instruction and they have curriculum that they're legally mandated to deliver at the elementary level. And so in the situations that Cyrus is describing, which are things that we do see in elementary schools, then there are times when those lessons get pushed back and they get pushed back because there's always a need for it. Something is coming up.
And that's state mandated curriculum that they're supposed to be delivering.
So then, yeah, I think just thinking about the big picture rather than looking at it as one piece at a time, right? Looking at the big picture of what are the different roles and responsibilities, who is the best person suited for each situation. In buildings where there are multiple people who can support, there's an assistant principal, there's a behavior TOSA, there's 2 counselors, or 1.5, or whatever, in those situations, right, how can that work be like laid out a little more clearly, right? And then in buildings where maybe the counselor is the only person, right, what other circumstances can we take into consideration to deal with that? But in those buildings where the counselor is the only person, there's no behavior TOSA, there's no AP, they also still have those responsibilities around 504s and documentation and delivering that curriculum, right? So we have to protect that time, and find a way to cover all of those bases.
Is it crazy to ask for a break right now?
No, it's not, no, I support it.
Good. Okay. Albeit there's.
I think we were moving on to the,
Page 12?
yeah, and really page 12 is just the intro to the charts or what have you.
Well, I want to address the strike of the multilingual learners piece on there.
Please.
And this, I'm sure that this is under the class size committee. Multilingual learners is a hard, it's a range of, goes from someone a child who can speak 2 languages or more to a child who needs, and the maybe newcomers. So how do you measure that when you're talking about the impact of just students who speak more than 1 language within a classroom? So I'd love to not also lump, let me finish first. To lump multilingual learners in with students who need or on IEP or have who are on a caseload of some sort, which is where we have the students with special needs students. You can track that a little bit better, like these are the students who need intensive services versus students who just might have those are more categorized, multilingual learners who don't really have to those levels, so to speak, to measure the impact of what that might have in the classroom.
Well, you remember we were both in the class size committee this year. hearing from
For sure.
specifically folks from Gresham High School.
Large
Where
clustering.
large clustering of newcomers and the impact that it has in the classroom
For sure.
where you don't have additional support. It's a completely different type of learning environment than where you don't have those clusters of students. I'm impacted by the number, and
Newcomers.
of students who are English language development students.
On a spectrum of really need intensive support due to language barriers.
Yes,
Versus, but you probably also have students who are second language learners who don't need support as well. So I guess that's where, how do you measure? And maybe not.
well, all of these characteristics, just talk specifically about the impact that those students have on on a class load. So if you have, and the class size committee is about class size, but it's not just class size. It's also
For sure.
the needs of those students
Right.
and the amount of support that goes into those classrooms.
Right. And what I'm saying is that simply saying multi-language learners as a lump of students is not necessarily defining the impact of different classes. There's a variety of students who speak multiple languages that may or may not need intensive support.
Of course.
Newcomers versus a student who, speak multiple languages, but doesn't. So if you're looking at your classroom, how would you define in a class size committee? I mean, we could say newcomers, that is
Sure.
different than the general multilingual learners.
For our EML students, our emerging multilingual students. So
Yep.
so do we need the word?
Sure, that's where I couldn't, the big general, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
His hand was up before.
Oh, before I started talking?
Well, yes,
I'm trying to ignore it.
and I told him.
The same sentence also lumps together students who have all levels of needs, right? So when we consider students with special needs, pretty outdated language that's in there, right? But we've got students on 504s, we've got students on IEPs, we've got students at high school who are on modified diploma, right? We've got some students who are receiving some pretty intensive supports, whereas other students that just have an IEP, but they essentially attend 7 regular classes. They don't have any pull-out instruction classes that they're receiving, right? And it doesn't differentiate there.
Right.
So when we go to the class size meeting and we're looking at that data, we're not differentiating the differences. So when we say multilingual learners, I think the intent was also to kind of throw that out there. And I think it'd be great if the data broke down the different levels of the multilingual learners, who is an emerging, who is currently monitored, who's a post-monitored, right? In particular, this subset of students has grown this year by over 300% in terms of the number of students that we are serving in our classrooms. So it used to be a pretty small subset. We knew where the students were. It was predictable. We had the services set up for them, and that number has ballooned this year, and our ability to provide the services has really, really struggled because of the increased number of these students. And I don't think that anyone believes that that number is going to come back down in the next year or two. I think we believe it's either going to stay where it is, or it's going to continue to grow a little bit more from where it is. So all that we're asking for is it doesn't necessarily have to be the exact language that we propose, but we would like this subgroup of students who are tracked within Synergy and within class numbers to be able to be identified as data that we are looking at and analyzing as we're looking at the overall class sizes themselves.
Right, and based on what you just said, we may not even need that because that special needs student
Might include them.
encompasses all of that. So nothing about the current language limits you from bringing, hey, I got what you did, to the class size committee. You talked about your you know, your impact of newcomers in your class, and that was something that we talked about. So I don't know that adding that language limits or just, I mean, it hasn't, limited our conversations about
Certainly
students who
hasn't.
need special.
We would certainly like to have the district be able to bring data about those effects. Yeah. So that we don't have to spend
So,
multiple months discussing a class overload.
so the hard part for me with the I mean, if it's specifically about, we don't have data on every student who is a multilingual learner. That's the hard
Okay.
part, right? So if it's, I think we have data on newcomers,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
for sure. We talked about that. Y'all had it, that you know, how many kids were in your class, that kinds of
So if
thing.
we were more specific.
I think that the current language doesn't limit you from
So
asking for
just
those things
like
in
an
class size
information request before a
For
class
sure,
size committee.
it's just like, this is where we think we're seeing a bubble and that we're impacted.
Gotcha.
We would like the district to provide, you know,
All right.
the number of students that are newcomers, which of these class sizes or, that's where the shots are.
Thank you, Angela. Good.
Can I ask for something? I know we didn't write this in here, but maybe as people, I didn't notice this earlier. This is not specifically to students with IEPs.
Right.
If we could choose to turn it to person first language, say students with special needs or students with some other word that we want to use.
Probably needs to be wordsmithed.
I'll throw that out there.
Instead of special needs students,
Just, this language has never changed since it was originally agreed.
Well, and if nothing else, it should be students with special.
Right. Students first. Student friendly, good, good.
Well, I think you could kind of generically put it maybe as students who have increased support needs or something like that. Yeah, it's a little more, you know, person centric.
And it's not just limited to students who
Yeah.
are on IEP.
Cause I think what we were
So
just
that
trying
broad
to get to
platform.
here is just to make sure that it's recognized that those students can like, at their varying levels of skill, can have an impact on the workload in a classroom.
And I'm super sensitive to deficit language as well, and when it comes to students who are speaking multiple language, many of our students are Spanish speakers and identify as brown for, so anything that looks like it's going to start segregating or clumping students who are Black or brown.
No, it's a good point. That's a good point.
So if we can change the language to just
I get
say
it.
students in general.
That makes sense.
we Need extra support. And then we across the no changes piece, I wish that there was always a solution to issues, but sometimes there just is not a solution, so I would hate to have that not be an option. There may be some room to say that's the last, as a last resort or something like that, but that's why that's kind of across.
Yeah, I think that leads into that next conversation about the thresholds and the overage system that you proposed. I mean, it is in some shape or form fairly common to what we see at a lot of bargaining tables, and the conversation is usually pretty similar, and it's a difficult one. I think there are systemic barriers. There's cost barriers, staffing barriers, and space barriers that all come into play here, and that the charts like this largely ignore, right? There are some situations where you literally don't have the space to put another employee. There are some situations where you don't have the employees hired. That would be in situations like our specialty, special ed positions, the counselors, oftentimes, things like that. But in the end, it's gonna be a cost issue. And I think that's always gonna be our difficulty with flat size language, is that you can pay fewer people more money or more people less money, but you can't pay more people more money, right? With a limited budget that the district works from. And so when we're talking about how are we gonna come to agreements on COLA and insurance and other economic pieces, this language becomes untenable. And in reality, the very few districts that have language like this, Portland being the prime example, but I think Oregon Trail has something similar. In the end, it doesn't lower class sizes. that's not the output of it. It is extra pay for exceeding thresholds is the output, because,
That's the title, compensation.
right, I mean, I guess I'm appreciative that you guys presented that way. I mean, oftentimes it's presented as this is a class size limitation, or our goal is to lower class sizes, but that's not the effect, because if we're over two students in a class over a threshold, it's not economically feasible to hire an entire new teacher. We're gonna pay the threshold.
But it is,
Right,
it is possible to pay somebody $150 for that semester or whatever it is.
yeah,
right?
so as we assess this type of a proposal, what we're really looking at it, not necessarily as class size limitations, but as overage payment provisions. So then for us.
That's what it was intended to be.
Yeah, then for us, it becomes what's our cost associated with this and how does this factor into all of the other costs with the contract? We haven't put a specific cost on this. It's a little bit difficult to cost only because you have to do a classroom by classroom review and come up with where are we over and by how many students?
Don't actually do one for sped.
Oh, you did a special ed one,
I
yeah.
think it was $1.3 million for the
And-
ask. for-
And was that, Donna, was that to hire enough teachers to be under
No, it's
limits?
using the formula for pay.
Okay.
I didn't remember the total off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And I think there were some areas that I didn't finish calculating, but for the ones that. Majority.
Which position, Donna?
I did all the special education ones, so I didn't do the general education ones.
So you started with,
So
ERT,
LE2,
ERT elementary and then moving down from there.
Right.
all the way down to counselors or just behavior team?
I think it was counselors that I did not include because I wasn't sure 1 to 250 students in the district. I think that's what that means when you say 1 to 250 students. So it's just taking the whole population or 1 to 250 that they serve.
That they serve. Yeah, this is all based on students that the member in this position would directly serve, right? So we're not saying that kindergarten across the district needs to be 20, right? We're saying that each individual
Right.
kindergarten classroom, if it's over 20, that individual teacher is compensated according to the calculation below, right?
And that's what you did. You did the.
That's what I did for the classroom positions, just not the A&E and the counselors. So I wasn't sure, but some districts that I've looked at before, they're talking about the whole population of the school, like a school psychologist would be 1 to 500 for the population, not for who they serve. So I didn't do that calculation because I wasn't sure which way you guys were looking. But regardless,
Get an idea.
regardless, we got a just number of what it would look like right now.
And it was over $1 million.
Let's see what that comes.
Yeah, it's under,
Extremely high.
costing. So, maybe you add it, just go to tab.
That's what they said.
I mean, honestly, that number, it's kind of telling, it's telling us how underfunded we are, right? How underfunded we are. Or how much money we're not, I'm not articulating that well, but that's our funding deficit or, you know, like.
But that's our
What we're
struggle.
not, where we're choosing to not fund, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's our struggle with this. I think the other struggles, we were just talking about the variety of factors that impact workload within a classroom and a class size number essentially treats every student as identical, right? Where you could have a class, and I have never not taught K-12, be the first to admit that, but my understanding at least or belief is that you could have a class of 24 students that was on some levels not as difficult to teach as a class of 18 students, depending on the makeup of that class. But this language does not reflect that, or it's impossible to account for that. So it overgeneralizes workload as number of students equals higher workload as a singular factor, right? That's what drives the pay. But again, in any case, it's a cost issue for us. and we're looking at how do we bridge our gap? How do we come to an economic settlement in this contract? This would necessitate us reducing our COLA proposal significantly by whatever we ended up ultimately costing this out as. Because we can't spend the same money twice, right? So, I mean, we can work to put a more exact cost on the proposal. We certainly have the data to do that.
I think it would be helpful for us to understand.
Okay.
If we're gonna try to make modifications to it, okay, to reduce the cost, we would need to know a little more precisely, Brian, what, like, how do these adjustments actually impact the cost?
All right, we can try to do that. When we started that work, so
Yeah.
we'll work on that.
But Brian, I just want to, like, to your point, like, COLA, millions of dollars. This potentially millions of dollars, block schedule potentially millions of dollars, like, all of these things aren't possible. And I think that's where we're like, we can't do all these financial things, and so, I think that's something we all have to acknowledge, like, even if we wanted to.
We're presenting a litany of options, a litany of asks that our members have brought to us. And we're asking the district to choose which ones they would like to engage on, and let's talk about it. All of the things happening, nobody believes when they walk into negotiations, they're gonna get everything that they propose, right? But right now, maybe.
Mark?
Maybe that's how they did it.
Thank you very much.
Across from me,
Yeah.
so we know.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I just chime in?
If it helps, we never think our initial proposal is gonna be
Thank
accepted.
you so much for being here. So would it be helpful, and I'm just speaking out loud and trusting being vulnerable here, so please don't shoot me down. If there's a costing out of everything that's been proposed, I mean, it's unrealistic. There's 59, I mean.
There's a lot of things.
There's 59 things that have cost implications, from $50 here to
Correct.
$3 million, you know.
And some of them are small
Some are
and relatively
small,
uncertain,
some are high,
others
but
are
they-
extremely precise.
But they add up, right?
Yep.
And so if we could have like, just a frame of where we want to put our energy, but it's like we can't put 110% into everything to make it work. And if there's some way to maybe cost out, present that and say, this is the budget that we're assuming that we're working from. What's the most important things that we really wanna, maybe a short-term, mid-term, long-term kind of a thing?
And that's a little bit of the struggle for us, because in the past, right, we've proposed different things and we don't know what the board is interested in. We don't know where the district would be willing to stick its neck out a little bit, right, in terms of getting that community engagement or moving forward with something with limited community engagement, right? Like, we have run the high school committee how many times, and we've got community engagement and we've never been able to move forward, right? So like, we know it's gonna cost money, but we also know that we've run processes before. We try to think creatively about time. We haven't done the community engagement. That's obviously a much bigger ask. It's a pretty big idea. We wanted to throw it out there and see what you guys thought, right? We know that we've got folks doing positions, right? Ted must have taken a phone call, but, we've got folks doing positions and they've got like 200% the caseload that is recommended for them, and everybody recognizes that. And they're like, man, if we could find another Ted and hire him today, we would do that, right? But we haven't found that person yet. So we understand there's gonna be give and take in terms of our proposal, but there's also a lot of things going on your side that we are not aware of, that we don't fully understand either. And we need to know where the district is willing or interested to engage. Mark?
And, I mean, the thing I would say, big picture again, with all of the things we're putting forward, right? In general, the things that we're hearing from our members is that their workload is stressing them beyond the point of reason. Right? The number of kids they have, the number of behaviors that they have in their classroom, the number of things that they're being asked to bring into their classroom or to do in addition to their core instruction. You know, all of these things are becoming overwhelming, and they've been growing, right, for years. But again, we'll say COVID again, COVID, I think, really enlarged a lot of problems that were pre-existing. People are having a hard time managing right now. And they are asking us as their bargaining team, help make this job that I love more manageable for me to do. Right, and so these proposals that we are bringing forward for class size, for all sorts of things, are about, we're trying to find ways to make instructing our students more manageable for our teachers. And like Cyrus says, we are throwing some things out there, right, to see what you guys may find interesting or intriguing and want to engage with us in. But regardless, the big picture of how do we make this job manageable for our folks is our goal. And so if you guys have things that you think, you know what, we've been thinking about this thing, which we think would also help our teachers, that would be a great thing to bring forward to us. I mean, it's just, and not in a negative way, right? But so far, it's just kind of been a no thing on all of the things we've proposed, right?
Well, part of it is, I hope you hear and understand,
No, yeah.
when it's like so much money.
Right.
It's like everything is like costs so much. The answer almost has to be like a no until we can kind of figure out what is the priority here, you know?
What is our priority?
Because everything can't be an emergency. I mean, it's all hard, but everything can't be the priority.
Yeah.
And I think when it's that checks and balances, you can't pay a lot of people a lot of money,
Right.
but you can pay a few people. And I mean, where's the balance that we're gonna be able to come up with? And I feel like we don't wanna make that decision necessarily with all of the things that are.
I mean, I would say, I mean, you can see the things we're putting forward that we say, we find these things interesting or intriguing, or that would be helpful, right? And yes, they all have costs with it. And if you look at something and you're like, well, this thing is intriguing to us, but oh my God, how are we gonna pay for it? Then that whole process becomes something we can work on together, right? So if there is some cost for something, right,
And so I will add to that because there's 59 different items, there's going to be a lot of strikes.
yeah,
A lot of strikeouts. So I don't want that to be taken as like the district is just saying no, but when there's a lot of asks, the percentage of strikes are going to look a lot bigger than if we're just asking.
Understandable.
We did, but our perception of where we put money was in salary,
Correct.
right? So it's in salary, that's what there is, so it can't be that and 58 other things.
In terms of your initial proposal, right?
I think it was pretty clear that we're like, things are okay-ish,
Mhm.
right? Let's put it in money, if it's about money, and because a lot of your proposals are about money, that's not necessarily the wrong like thing to be thinking about is this solved with salary increase, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that's what the class size thing is, so I guess I get concerned also thinking that money solves the problem. I mean, I don't know if it does or it doesn't. When you talk about someone's like work-life balance or the impact that the job has on them, money doesn't actually fix that.
Yeah, and right in line with that, what our members say in in-person sessions and surveys lines up with what national studies have shown is that it's not three factors that we talked about the last bargaining session still hold to some degree, and that is they're looking for relief or improvement in compensation, workload, and time to do their thing. The more time they have to do their thing, the less work gets pushed into the evenings, that get pushed into the weekends. And the balance of those three factors change from person to person. I think something that's sort of coming sideways is, so those are things within the contract. But I think if we're to ask our members overall, what's most pressing in learning environments now, it's disruptive learning. Where students are coming in with stressors, food insecurity, and student poverty. That's beyond the district control, but with students struggling because their society has failed so many people, and they're coming into the schools and they're acting out
there are safety concerns. It's difficult to make progress in instruction and the plans and so on. So it would be impossible to fix everything, but making progress in compensation might even rate lowest among those three factors between workload and time. But if we can make progress, some progress in those three categories, and to the extent possible, talk honestly about disruptive learning, if there are things we can do in the contract to help with that, I think that would be a pretty big accomplishment for everybody.
Yeah, that is helpful. I mean, it's hard because the workload and compensation to some degree feel mutually exclusive because, I mean, I'll talk about, we've seen in the last 2 years, salary settlements in the state far in excess of what we've seen at any other point in my career. I've never seen, 6% or 7% a year, right? A lot of years we were dealing in 1% and so forth. The natural outcome of that has been, you're starting to see layoff in a number of different districts around the state. That has a direct workload implication, right? And so, we want to keep up with competing districts. We need to do that. As we push more money into COLA, it is less money available for workload, or the natural impact on workload is there if you then drive yourself into a reduction in force position, or at least or it's not a literal rift, but you don't fill vacant positions or something like that. So we're trying to balance those things out too. Because again, we're starting to see that tip over now with, Portland and Salem being the most glaring examples, but Silver Falls is a pretty noteworthy one now.
That's scandalously so.
Yeah, North Wasco. So you're starting to see a bunch where now I've had more calls this spring. How do we operate our layoff article than I had in the last 15 years? So I'm just watching it kind of swing that way. So trying to be mindful.
We're so close, I just want to get to. Page 13.
Big finish.
It's so close.
Section F is me.
Oh, okay, section F.
And so I don't know who struck the during prep time, but it makes sense to strike it in that the next two, 1 and 2 are not
think
just
that-
about time.
Yeah, that I think is.
3, I think we have agreement about the list of people that wouldn't be generally asked to sub. We added unless in the case of emergency, we know that this group of people was asked to sub during last year. And not so much this year. And we did not ask OTs, physical therapists to sub at all. I think a speech therapist subbed maybe once. But school psychologists were on the rotating list, for subbing. This year, we don't have a list. So we didn't have opposition to having that here, but whatever was a safety emergency, all the other people we've gone through in a building. I think I do want to say here too, that our office here gets called, not so much in the last few months, but we do get called, who from your office can come help? We don't have a who, unless it's one of these people. We have a few teachers on the IST, program directors sometimes can go. So there is an occasional who, but it's not. So why I'm saying that is when there's a vacancy, if it's in special education, you're mostly looking within your building. How do I work this? And this year we have building subs, and that's been helping. When I say we, not special education doesn't, but as district, we have the building sub, and that's been useful. I think that goes away next year. So I just want to say all of those things as far as what would the emergency situation potentially be.
It was our understanding that some of these folks do not have the licensure capability to substitute in classrooms. So like OTs, SLPs, right? And maybe in the past, like just recently with some of the restrictions lifted, like it was kind of an all hands on deck. And now we're kind of back to normal, right? Coming out of it, that they're literally, some of these people do not have the licensure to be able to do that. right? So this was why we proposed this language and when we made this list. It wasn't necessarily to exclude folks. It was mostly to just identify so everyone understands. These are the people who don't have the actual licensure to be able to do it, right? So administrators should not be asking these people, otherwise they could be breaking the law.
And the only feedback I got when I asked about this was, somebody that had a TSPC license could. And I wasn't sure honestly about the OTs PT, so that's partly why I was like, let's just not go there. And we had school psychologists do it a little bit.
Yeah, it's like them, that will start the TSBC.
I think that, I mean, the only thing I would add is, as we talked about with new teachers, right? Some people are born through the classroom, some people aren't. And a lot of these people who find their way to these positions, they're not real comfortable in the classroom, and that's why they're reaching out to us saying these steps. These are also people who can get a job anytime they want. And if they're in a district that's going to make them so, it makes it much more likely for them to want to leave us to avoid that situation, because they're not comfortable doing this. And they are not people who have a hard time getting into positions.
So I think the emergency situation is just there for us thinking that. I don't think it's there so that a principal could say, we have an emergency, the son didn't show up today. You know, it's what constitutes an emergency. I think we're thinking safety situations. It wouldn't necessarily, in my mind, be a full day, maybe, can you hold down the fort till we can get someone in, the sun's coming in an hour, or I need to go and take care of the kiddo, we can switch off for 30 minutes or something, you know, if it's an emergency situation, but I don't think the intent is to. It doesn't sound like it's being overused at all.
And this year, it's April 9th, and we've done it 0 times this year.
This year's.
So, yeah.
Probably for.
Am I crazy to think that there's a licensure question?
You're
For
not.
some
crazy
No, I
about
don't think
that?
so. Okay.
Not crazy for that reason.
Yeah. Thanks, Bruce.
So the last part is the equity committee, and lots of good intent, and I don't think that anyone would disagree with most of what's here. And there's a cost attached to it, where I think, and I think the whole group believes that it's really important that we have some type of sort of so overused, but equity statement or some type of a vision or belief statement in here, acknowledging that we do prioritize and identify resources to support the strengths of our affinity groups. I think that's been super helpful and beneficial to the folks that do attend our affinity groups. So I'm not sure that this section is the actual place for that, and we were trying to look through to figure out if there's some opening paragraph that we could kind of put forth that that's a commitment that we as a district. I mean, I think it's already currently in practice that we're constantly looking for resources to help and support our staff members, not only our licensed staff, but our certified as well. So I would love to have feedback about maybe where that might go.
Angela, do you mean for these bullets, for these numbers that have been scratched, or for?
No, for number 4.
For number 4
Yeah, for
specifically?
number 4 specific. So the funds to create equity committees, again, I don't, I'm not sure that we are ready at this point in a district to have every building have an equity committee. We aren't, I think we still have some work to do with that as far as, you have your hand up. Let me get through these. Agree to participate in a building level equity committee shall be compensated at $50 an hour. I mean, there may be room in the duty, extra duty, something around, maybe that belongs somewhere in there, if there's an equity committee. But we just didn't think it would belong here. 8% of building level professional development time to racial and intersectional equity training by a qualified entity. We have lots of questions about that, but not sure if we want to get into dictating the amount of time for district, I would assume district directed professional development. Provide BIPOC and LGBTQ staff with information, opportunities to participate in racial equity. In lieu of it, so I struggle personally as a Black woman, just with, there's equity training provided and I don't have to go. So, and maybe some of the comments that you were getting is that if it's about the professional development that's being provided and it's not beneficial for me as a Black woman, that's more of a, how do we look at making professional development that is going to be beneficial to me, to all the folks that are participating. So I think that we may be able to address the PD problem in a different way, rather than just saying, hey, if you don't like what's going on at PD, we're gonna give you something else to do.
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
So, this language comes out of our meetings with our members, our BIPOC members, and reaching out to them and addressing the needs. One thing that I'm gonna start with what you just talked about last. Many of them expressed discomfort in attending equity trainings, in which they were the sole person of color in the training, and feeling uncomfortable sitting in that situation where they frequently get glances or other types of looks in which it becomes apparent that others in the room feel that they are the reason that this training is going on, or that we're having to sit through this. And the time for them would be better spent with a BIPOC affinity group, or a specific affinity space, so that they can address issues around equity that fit better to them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure.
100%.
Okay, so that was the reason that was there.
And so that brings me to, that's the professional development, and that it's the person or the group or it's the principal that needs to be examined, so that there's a culture and an environment that's safe enough so all participants can feel like they are getting something out of the training. Because if I, as Angela, a Black woman sitting in a room full of white people, like I am right now, almost, I'm sorry, you know, at a glance, but it's my everyday reality, right?
Absolutely.
I should have the right to have the same excellent professional development as everybody in that room. And if I walk out, that PD is still gonna be crappy or whatever it is, for the white folks that are sitting in there, whether I'm there or not, you know, so I think we can work together maybe to talk about what the PD looks like, to make it more meaningful so that everybody, you know, including our BIPOC staff, feel like they're getting something out of it. I've seen PD done, equity PD done, where there's parts of the training where there are time to go to your affinity spaces, and then you come back and you're able to engage, because that is important. It's very hard being the only one, whether you're a person of color or a woman or, you know, LGBTQ. It's very important to be able to have those affinity spaces, either within the training, sidebar, you know, so incorporating some of those things into our equity trainings could be a place to look, but we don't feel that just having it's a place to go, so I don't have to sit through the training is the appropriate way to go about it.
All right. There are some buildings that have started or attempted to run some PD around equity. And I don't think the administrator came at it from a place of trying to do harm, but because they did not offer an alternative affinity space. And as they were asking their staff members to unpack some of their, you know, situations and personal stories and so on and so forth, harm was done.
For sure.
And And I've witnessed it. And it breaks my heart every time I sit there thinking to myself, why are we doing it this way? Right? Why did my administrator not set this up in a different format? And in the direct communication, the multiple meetings that we had with our affinity group for our members, they asked for the option of having a space that they can go to. And it would be their choice. I mean, I know that may not necessarily be the way that we presented it. We worked really hard trying to come up with some language that we felt would do the right things and set things up to be done correctly. And we tried multiple iterations and made some tweaks and adjustments. And this is ultimately where we landed. It's just kind of our first try at it,
And I
right?
have to say, I absolutely get exactly why this is happening.
Okay.
And I know that feeling, sometimes it can bring up trauma, again, about thinking about, racialized comments or history and all of that, if I have to be asked again about, first time I was called the N-word, any of those kinds of things. If that's a trainer, that's an equity, that's a professional development piece and an environment where it might not have been a safe, we don't have those relationships with each other yet, so that's a training of the trainer type of piece that I think that we can take a look at.
That's also why, when you were talking about the equity committee, you were like, we're not quite ready for that, right? Like,
Yeah.
and that's part of it,
Mhm.
right? There is a capacity building to facilitate equity work so that it isn't causing harm. And balancing that with using that as a reason to not do equity work, right? That kind of like, that's how resistance
The
can,
double-edged sword.
like, right, can present itself. So finding that balance of how and when and capacity and support and all of those things to make sure the work is happening, is a commitment that we've made and is something we're working on. And that's why some of this language is like, ugh, that's counter almost to some of what you're sharing, because we have some similar beliefs on what can happen if it's not done well.
Mhm. And that's precisely why we proposed that it happen by a qualified entity, right? Knowing full and well, we have amazing administrators and principals who have their hearts in the right places. But like, if you put them in front of staff and just expect them to deliver incredible equity trainings, it's gonna be really, really challenging. Whereas, and again, it's a cost, right? But there are groups locally in this area who would come into our spaces and help work with our educators at all levels, right? From classified and secretarial staff all the way up to administrators together, right? As a school, as a group. And that was kind of a resounding ask from our members, is that it's not something that's being done internally, that it's an outside organization or group that's coming in. So that way we don't have that boss, right? Interaction, right? We don't like reducing the dynamics.
There's, in some cases though.
Correct.
And so I worked on this quite a bit, so I wanna include a couple of things. I talked to Joe Truss about this, who our district currently works with, in many capacities. But he guided me to look at Seattle's, public schools contract. And, some of this language kind of comes from those ideas. The only other contract in the state of Oregon that I could find that even had equity language in it is David Douglas, and it's an MOU. So even having a start would be, really good based on what we heard. And then the intention of one is not that every building has to have an equity team, but there are some really established ones doing a lot of great work. And if there were funds for those teams to be paid, that's not depleting the building funds. That's what that ask is. We understand, and it would be very irresponsible for every
school to have a team that we just say you have to have. But then also those teams working with qualified outside entities are creating PD and giving it to their staff and not being compensated. So we're trying to find a way for that to happen also, where it's not depleting the building funds. Because then it can only, you're only compensated for your time if it's at a building where the principal is supporting that work. So,
Do you think that? So the previous idea of maybe adding this to an extra duty, would that satisfy that, you know, having it like a parent participating in the equity committee for the building? I don't know if we're agreeing to this or not, I'm just putting it out there as an idea of where compensation might go. If this is established, if someone has an established committee, then they could look back to this language and see, hey, this is something that's just something to think about. Don't need to answer that, but that might get at what you're talking about. And actually calling it out, you know, saying like, this is something that we believe in. And this is how we intend to ensure that the PD is not gonna cause more harm, that we actually have our equity committee folks who've gotten training, they're working with the people that they work closely with. So, but what I guess I don't want to have happen is that we shy away from training because it makes people feel uncomfortable, no matter who it is, right? Whether they're a person of color or white folks or whatever. Because if we put language in there, it's like, hey, I'm gonna have the option to back out because this is causing trauma for me, you know.
It creates other issues.
why I
creates that-
interject,
Within the
because
building.
it is two very different things we heard and that are happening.
For sure, yeah. Thank you.
Two quick things. One is that I heard you say a couple of times that the PD is causing trauma to our BIPOC people, and so we have to improve the PD.
I never said PD is causing trauma. I'm just saying, I don't want that to be on the record.
But just,
I'm just saying
Yeah.
that we should, if what we are trying to address is the people feeling uncomfortable.
but I
then
think that's
PD
the thing
issue,
is,
not a-
I think the thing that we're hearing is that, and I'll be careful with how I say this, but the climate in the building is what is making them uncomfortable and being in that meeting, not what is being presented at the meeting.
Correct.
I think that
And it
So
was,
that's a distinction that I wanted to make clear on that.
for sure.
that's a good distinction. And also the idea that like a one size PD fits across the district was something I heard loud and clear. Like what one building needs to work on is absolutely
Not right.
not the same thing as the other. So that,
And I might have missed this earlier, but as written now, you have put number 4 under substituting. That's not the intent.
I didn't think that was the
We're
intent.
not sure this is even the right article,
I,
right? Like,
that's
like,
what I
where
would
does this
think,
go?
that's what I would think, so.
I, that,
Definitely
It's
not.
even numbered right, it's number 4 still,
this is what was given to us, right? Or did we get a?
Well, we
It's
eliminated
just
the,
that we-
we eliminated the sheet.
Oh, right.
So it's like, oh,
Okay. I was
something in the sheet.
going through it. And can I just say, I am, the fact that we're even talking about, I think, at a bargaining table really makes me, I don't know, proud to be a part of this district, that we can actually notice this as something that needs to be talked about, and that we need to have some type of equity training focused on race within our buildings, and that we want to put it in the contract. That's pretty cool. So I do want to acknowledge that. And that you went and talked to our staff of color, our BIPOC affinity folks, and listened. I think that's pretty cool too. So people feel heard, and our LGBTQ staff and all of that. So thank you. I know I want to cry too, but I'm not doing it. You're my fellow crier. Anyway, so I appreciate all of that. We are,
At 9 o'clock.
that's not, we're at 9 o'clock.
It's well, I'm way past.
But when
It's at that clock is 5 o'clock.
I do want to present, or at least offer something that Eric and I briefly talked about a little bit. And I think today was a good kind of example of just listening and hearing and kind of talking with each other. We want to tackle articles 8 and 18, I'm sorry, I said it out loud. And what
Articles.
8 and 18, so the discipline and the safe working conditions. But what I'd like to do is, because there was a ton of work done on the student handbook committee with some folks in this room, I'm not sure who's on that committee. Were you the only one on it? For this side,
This room, I think.
in this room?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why I thought there was more. Our goal is to really try to align, the language from the handbook and the intent behind the handbook to make it match in the way we talk about discipline in 8 and 18. So I'd like to invite some folks to our caucus on your team next week. We're gonna meet, I think. I think we're gonna be on the calendar. I don't know what date it is, but I'll figure that out. Maybe 2 to 3 people. Not all of us will, we don't really.
On the discipline handbook.
Either we're on the discipline handbook committee, or I would, since it's only you, there would maybe be a couple more folks, or even somebody from a licensed teacher from the discipline handbook committee that could join to like look at those 2 articles and help craft some language around that. What I'm struggling with a little bit, and happened a little bit today, but then we'll go back. We'll talk, we'll think we're coming up with something really brilliant, and then we come back and then it's like, wait a minute, that's not what we intended, and then we have to wait until the next time to come and bring it back. So if there's some way to have some folks from your side in the room and actually help talk about the language, that would be super helpful for us. You can accept or decline, and that's fine, but it would, I think, be more efficient. I don't even know what we're gonna tackle in those things right now, but I just know when we start talking about it, we're gonna have a lot of questions that would be really helpful.
Get feedback.
To give feedback back, and I would say help to write some things, but
So like a small committee
a
approach.
small.
Yeah, I guess up bring in a big one or two.
And then coming back to this bigger group, nothing would be agreed to in that committee at that time, but just like, here's what we talked about and why.
Yeah, I think we could certainly engage them.
Um,
Article 7, we ready to TA that?
Yes.
our proposal.
Yeah, you've accepted our.
Wait, no, we got a great one from 3:21, 4:00 PM.
We can sign one of each.
So we hopefully accepted it, it's great.
We accepted 2 proposals today. 2 articles, Article 7 and Article 7.
Yeah, we get either one of those.
I'm like, which one is he talking about? Which one?
I think it's 7B and 7G, that's right.
Snaps to that.
Yes.
What's that?
I thought we were snapping for Article 7.
You know I hate.
You know it,
I
yeah.
hate it.
You told me that you hate that.
Then what do we do? Are we clapping or?
But the snapping, like,
Oh, I go back to college.
Am I avid?
I mean, it used to be the poems, you know, yeah.
Beat poet,
With my sorority, but what's that?
beat poet, or like a poetry slams?
Yeah.
That means, yeah, it means snap.
What do you want to sign?
That's what I.
Do you care?
They're like, yay.
Sorry, did you have any other conversation about the other articles? Okay, that's fine.
Or we can do that.
I'm working on 3 to 4 hours of sleep. And dealing with gold.
Article 7.
I do.
Yes.
Certainly more.
I got it on the article chapter.